ready. I'm ready for you. Who's here and who's not here? How many people? Make yourselves known in all the chats that I'm totally reading all the time. Hello, 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 Rob Fortune. See? I'm watching the Twitch. Hello. Alright. I'm gonna turn on the camera now. So don't be alarmed. It's just my face. No, it's gonna be a, what do they call it? Uh, in horror. Jump scare. It's gonna be a jump scare. Yes, my face is an epic like a zombie from a Resident Evil game. Alright, I'm ready to click this. Oh god, wait, what? That is so weird. I have to change the thing. Browser properties. There you go. That's better. Alright, but I wanted to show you something first because I'm a trans streamer. So your face is probably more epic than mine. Alright, I'm gonna show you the best content ever. Because I haven't checked up on this person in a while, and we're not gonna start with the hard hitting, the desperate, sad politics. We're gonna start with, I'm gonna introduce you to a typical Trump voter, trans Trump voter, while we're at it. Are you familiar with a content creator called Blair White? We're gonna go to the past and we're gonna watch her video, Why I Vote for Trump. Okay? It's gonna be a real quickie. Okay? It's gonna be a real quickie, and we're gonna get a glimpse into the mind of a Trump voter. It's gonna be great. My favorite trans creator is gonna explain why she voted for Trump. Why she voted for what we have now in the United States. It's gonna be great. My dog is excited as well.
I am.
Look. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Perfection incarnate. Oh my god, I swear to god, I had a... Oh, I had it. I lost it. No, I still have it. Okay, okay, okay. God, okay. Phew. Oh my god, I had it. I still have it. I still have not lost it. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. I still haven't lost my touch. Alright. Hello, fake Alec Cal Parker. You're white? Oh, wow. I never expected that. Wow. It's said that your epic face is small in the corner and Blair White's horrible faces. I mean, it's a face. I'm getting paid Fridays. Hold your horses. Okay, I'm gonna hold my horse. Okay, we're gonna watch this video as people gather. I'm a trans creator, so I have to do trans topics. And what is a better trans topic right now than to see why certain people voted for Trump? What's the argumentation? You know? Hello, Two-Bit the Dork. We're gonna watch the State of the Union, by the way. There was talk of the big mineral deal being signed before the State of the Union. How are you, Two-Bit Dork? Remember that now you can do a subscription on YouTube since I've unlocked it. I've unlocked the subscription on YouTube. That is a thing that I have unlocked for your pleasure and entertainment. Just remember that. Okay, without further ado, we're gonna unlock the Blair power.
Voting for Donald Trump
Oh my god, that's so quiet.
despite being a trans person. That word despite is a bit unfortunate just because I am painfully, sadly aware that there is still a very low frequency out there in the general population that believes if you are a minority that your vote is locked and sealed to Democrats no matter what Democrats do.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that you know, it is so unfortunate that more trans people don't vote for the guy that will strip their rights away. So unfortunate, so sad. So sad that people in general feel that they should vote for the party that will not do that.
Fortunately for Democrats,
Why would you do that? Why would you vote for the Democrats when you can just vote for a party that will want you dead? Hello, Greater Rain. Look, it's Blair White. Look, Greater Rain. I have chosen to watch your favorite content creator today. You told me once. I remember you DM'd me once. Lucy, why aren't you watching more Blair White? She's my favorite content creator. And I thought to myself, wow. Wow, I really should watch more Blair White, shouldn't I? I really should. It's my moral duty to watch more of Blair White. And then I found this video and decided to give it a go. You're welcome.
I guess, whatever spell that was on, minority groups for so long, it
what
isn't.
can I say except you're welcome? She does. We're gonna learn this in this video. Spoiler alert, I've pre-watched it. I've pre-watched it a bit with another trans person, actually. I've pre-watched this video with a trans person. It's so sad that people feel like their freedom is restricted by not being feeling like they have to vote for their own rights. Can you rephrase that? I mean, you do have to vote for your own rights, unfortunately. Right. Also, hello, Ari the Insane. I'm not sure. Have you been here before? Your name sounds so. Your name feels so familiar. I feel like you've been here before. Are you a returning Twitch viewer? Am I rebuilding my Twitch base? I'm trans, by the way. Oh, yeah. Me too. I'm the biggest Polish trans creator. Oh, okay. Returning Twitch viewer. Nice. I'm getting my Twitch viewers back. I used to stream on Twitch, but I used to be a VTuber. Have you seen my face before? Or have you watched me as a VTuber still? Get to the fucking point, Lucy. There's no point until she gets to it. We're still getting warmed up. What do you mean get to the point? You're gonna edit this out, don't worry. get to the point. If you donate, I'm gonna get to the point. I, you want me not to engage with my returning viewers? Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Fake Alec Kyle Parker hates my returning viewers. That's what's happening. Right, we're gonna unblock Blair White.
In fact wearing off, and we are in fact free to vote for whoever the fuck we want as Americans before any other group you can call us, right? And for me,
wow, my editor has the same personality as me. I have horrible spending habits as well. Or as Obi-Wan Kenobi from those AI parodies would say, ha ha ha, me too. Hold on. My dog is here to harass me emotionally. It's like, oh, get in here. I'd have more money if I didn't sub to your Patreon, Lucy. Speaking of which, you should all sub to my Patreon. I have a Patreon, actually. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Blair White. Yeah, you're free to get your freedom restricted, guys. This is clearly a valid reason for you getting your own. Oh my god, that's not even the argument. Wait till she actually makes her argument. It's even stupider. It's more stupid than that, okay? It's even more stupid than that. You just wait. Just wait. She's gonna make it soon. I cannot wait. I, for one, cannot make for this argument to be made. So, put on your strap-ons. Wait, no, what I meant to say is strap on to your seats, not put on your strap-ons, and watch this.
the idea that because I'm trans, my vote has to be promised to Democrats each and every time, regardless of their behavior or the candidates they put up, it's a bit demeaning. It's a bit demeaning. Y'all do it to every group, people of color, black people especially. Y'all really get mad about that black vote.
Chat should not be delayed. Chat should be perfectly perfect, crispy. It should be fine. The chat should be fine. I have no clue why it's slow. It's set to be very fast. Damn, I was ready. Now I have to put everything back in the box. It's fine. If you want to put it on, I will not forbid you. Oh, it's okay. It's alright. This is a strap-on friendly stream. One of the only safe havens. Alright, let's continue with the video. We've been boggled by strap-on talk for far too long.
Slipping out of your, grimy little fingers. Obama scolding black men. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's this feeling of ownership over minority groups that the modern left has that is, in my opinion, very disgusting. And in my opinion, actually more insulting.
Hold on. I lost. What?
Than the modern. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's this feeling of ownership over minority groups that.
Okay, remember this. Ownership over minority groups. Okay? The Democrats have an ownership over the minority groups.
Left has.
Okay? Remember this. It's gonna become very relevant in a moment.
That is, in my opinion, very disgusting. And in my opinion, actually more insulting than if you flat out just said you don't
also,
like.
Trigger warning. A lot of vapid, empty talking points, a lot of brainless arguments and slogans and just bullet points. That is true, Addie.
Those groups, because feeling like you own them is a bit worse than disliking them, in my opinion.
Yes.
And that's how.
That is the argument. Did you catch the argument? Did you catch the argument? I wanna know from the chat if you caught the argument. If you listen and if you've heard what the main crust of the argument is. Because if not, I'm gonna explain it real quick. We're gonna listen to it again actually. I'm just gonna explain it without me asking.
Because thing. And in my opinion, actually more insulting than if you flat out just said you don't like those groups, because feeling like you own them is a bit worse than disliking them.
So, feeling like you own a group, you know, if we aren't owned, okay, if there's not a feeling that we're owned, then it's just better that the other group hates us and wants us dead. Yes, it's better for a group to want us dead than for a group to want to own us. Amazing. Why be owned by the Democrats when we can be destroyed by the Republicans? Yeah, but I'm telling you what her argument is. Rather than be owned by the Democrats, I want to be destroyed by the Republicans. It's better. It's better for me, okay? I'm gonna choose the party that's gonna strip my rights away rather than the one that's gonna give them to me and own me. This is. You can see what's wrong with this argument, right?
In my opinion. And that's how Democrats view gay people, trans people, people of color. We'll keep it to trans today, though. So to believe that it is shocking.
I don't even care about it being true or not. Let's say it's true. If a party feels like it owns a group, but it works towards that group's interest, then can you really say that it's better to choose the other groups that wants the group basically dead or gone or do away with their rights? I know the lips look a bit swollen. I've noticed. I have taken note that the lips do indeed look a bit swollen. All right, let's continue.
Wrong, incorrect, or crazy that I'm trans and voting for Trump, you'd have to believe two retarded things.
Okay, let's hear it. I mean, I already heard this argument. I've pre-watched this video with a trans friend. So we're gonna listen to the two things you need to believe that are super incorrect if you are in shock that Blair White could be trans and vote for Trump.
The first is that you'd have to believe that I only care about trans rights.
Okay. Right off the bat, I do not believe that, okay? So I'm safe. Right off the bat, I'm safe. I do not believe this silly thing, as she said. Yes, that's right. I, in fact, do not believe that she cares about trans rights at all. So we've got that hurdle cleared very quickly.
I'm not capable or interested in the economy, foreign policy, the border, immigration.
Okay, I believe that. I believe that Blair White is not capable of caring about those things because I think Blair White does not really understand them. So, okay, part of this is correct. She does not care about trans rights. Second of it is not correct. She does not have the capacity to care about foreign policy, etc.
Crime, a litany of things that my mind, is actually in fact capable of pondering.
I'm capable of thought. I'm a person that is capable of thinking. I'm gonna probably adopt a mocking attitude throughout this video. Apologies. Also, I've been thinking, because Blair White's bread and butter is mocking trans people, okay? Blair's whole shtick is she looks at a
Is this the part where
small content creator who's trans and says that they're crazy. The trans kid parents of TikTok, narcissism. Detransitioner. Insanity. I got kicked out of Pride for asking questions 9 months ago. So maybe, okay, I'm a small trans creator. Maybe there's a chance that I'm gonna be on blast by Blair White after this video. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on, I have to look. My dog is eating something, and I have to make sure that it's not lethal. The poison. Okay. It's actually not been poison. He has not been eating poison. Why is the chat so quiet all of a sudden? Chat should be like flowing with commentary and praise for Blair White.
And also viewing as impacting me. So you'd have to believe that I only should care about trans rights. And the second thing you'd have to believe
Okay, second thing. The second thing is also pretty silly. So, again, hold on to your butts, as a certain YouTuber says.
Correctly, is that I must assume or believe that Democrats handle trans rights in the correct way. And if you are new here, it might be shocking to you that I don't feel that way, but
wow, okay. So the Democrats do not handle trans right in the quote unquote correct way. So that's why I'm going to vote for the president that said that he's going to end gender madness on day one. That's why I'm going to vote for the president that wants to do away with trans rights altogether. That makes perfect sense. That is perfect. If one side does not handle trans right correctly, even though it wants to give trans people those rights, we should just go and vote for the people that want to take away those rights completely. That is perfect. That is great.
if you've been here for a while, if you're a member of the Blair White Army, you know that that's kind of my whole gig is critiquing how the
Well, maybe you have more empathy than you give yourself credit, Ari.
modern left handles the topic of trans. So now that we've broken the ice here, let's get that trans shit out the way. Let's talk about
Oh yeah, by the way, just so you know.
So now that we've broken the ice here, let's get that trans shit out the way.
Just so you know, I care about trans rights, you guys. I'm such a sympathetic persona to the trans community. But let's get that shit out of the way. Let's just get that trans shit out of the way, okay? I see you're covering philosophy today. That's right. President Sunday has been doing it. Brooks have been doing it. So now it's my time to dabble into philosophy content. That's right. Okay? Philosophy should not just be exclusive content to President Sandy and Brooks. Okay? All of you philosophy nerds come here and watch me do it. So yes, Blair White, the biggest trans ally, saying, let's just get this trans shit out of the way. Is Blair getting paid to say this stuff? I assume she is. She has 1.5 million subscribers. This video has 297,000 views in 4 months, admittedly, but still. Okay? It's ridiculous. I don't think I like President Sandy and his smug face and voice and everything generally. Well, you know, different strokes for different folks. Different strap-ons for different. Okay, I don't have a joke there. The philosophical mind of Blair White, yes. I've been told that I should return to my more smooth, cute voice, but there is a problem with it. If I return to my smoother, nicer voice, you will not be able to hear me. So, yeah, you'll not be able to hear me at all. So I have to be more loud. I have to be louder. get up the gain or something. Maybe.
Let's talk about why I am voting for Donald J. Trump in the upcoming election in just a few days. We are living in a new realm of tyranny. Duh. We have a Secret Service that takes down the shooter, but only after he shoots our president. An FBI that fabricates cases. An ATF that
I
wants
like your voice as it is. Only whatever voice you prefer.
to take away our guns. And an FDA
Oh yeah, so let's go back to
that
this.
favors Secret Service. We are living. I am voting for
So we're
Donald
getting the trans shit out of the way.
J. Trump in the upcoming election in just a few days. We are living in a new realm of tyranny.
That's right. I mean, we were living in a new realm of tyranny, the democratic tyranny, okay? Thank God Trump won. The tyranny is over. We now once again live in the world of freedom and happiness and tariffs. It's my favorite word in the world, tariff.
Duh. We have a Secret Service that takes down the shooter, but only
She changed clothes in this an ad yes. Yes, it is an ad segment.
after he shoots our president. An FBI that fabricates cases. An ATF that wants to take away our guns. And an FDA that favors big pharmaceutical companies
Take away our guns. Take away our guns.
and not our health.
Nobody wants to take away anybody's guns, by the way. That is such a false statement. It's not even funny. It's not even funny anymore. I'm not laughing at the whole tired lie about somebody, some elusive force wanting to take away everybody's gun when you can just go to a store and buy a shotgun without a permit in the US, that is. Hello, Philippe Auguste.
Quite clearly, the government has been weaponized against the American people. In times like these, we need to stick together. We need to back our leader that literally took a bullet for us. We need to fend off the leftist media with
I love these talking points. The president that took a bullet for us. Oh yeah, basically, if you think about it, Trump is like Jesus. Trump took a bullet for us, just like Jesus got crucified for us.
independent media organizations that are not bought and paid for. And most of all, we need to stay strong and healthy in order to protect and take care of our families.
That's why RFK is in charge of healthcare, because we need to stay strong and healthy for our families. True.
And just like they're trying to take down Trump, they're also trying to take down Black Forest Star product.
Oh yeah, by the way, guess what she's advertising? You're not gonna guess. You're not gonna guess in a million years. And I'm not gonna wait for you to guess. I'm just gonna show you.
NMN. And it's not because of the safety or efficacy. It's because of the same greedy and evil powers that want to put up a puppet president and jab us with a COVID vaccine.
Oh my god! The evil powers that want to jab us with a COVID vaccine. You could not make this up. This is brilliant. This is amazing. This is the best video ever. I should be like that. Maybe then I would have 1.5 million subscribers if I said stuff like that.
Now they're trying to turn NMN into the first ever anti-aging prescription drug just to fill their never-ending pockets. Why?
Never-ending pockets.
Why do they want to do this? Because NMN works. NMN is vital for the functioning of the 37 trillion cells in your body.
Yeah, it's also something that is present in common foods. So rather than buy this, just buy yourself some broccoli or a cucumber. NMN is present in a cucumber. Just buy a cucumber, okay?
A study by Harvard has concluded that NMN can help reduce weight, cholesterol, and even blood pressure in overweight adults.
Yeah,
the
buy
only
vegetables.
thing I know of that can not only slow down but reverse aging. As you can probably tell,
Yes, as you can see, Blair White is 65, but actually, thanks to NMN, she's now biologically 12.
I've been taking NMN for about 5 months now, and she's de-aging.
Yeah,
And honestly,
I'm de-aging. I'm now 12 biologically thanks to this supplement.
it's been a game changer. So I've asked Black Forest to provide my followers with a special discount for the next
He is the evil Black Forest, but you can always, okay, you can always choose to be good and join the correct White Forest, okay? as racist as what I'm saying sounds right now. You could always um, leave Black Forest and join the White Forest. Hello, tipster. How are you? Are you here to debate? Oh, you're white? I think I bought the wrong product. I bought the M&Ms. No, I actually think you bought the right product. I think you bought the superior product. Which color do you like the most of the M&Ms? What word? Black Forest is... Wait, Black Forest is a word that is TOS? Oh. Involuntary thing is... The involuntary thing is taboo on Twitch? I did not know that. Lucy Forest is better than Black Forest. I bought some semen instead, but I was not an accident. I don't believe you. If he did it on purpose. Okay, I will not say it then. Alright. 1.5 million subs... Oh, God.
48 hours, you can buy 2, get 1 free.
Thank you for the tier 1. Not white anymore. True.
Black Forest Supplement is ready to fight for this. They want to make sure that people have access to NMN. But who knows? There might come a day where those agents are knocking on Black Forest Supplement's door.
They just don't want Blair White to be biologically 12 anymore. They want her to age.
Trying to stop them, of course, from selling this life-changing supplement. So I urge you to check out
Life-changing supplement, of course.
the link, grab some for yourself, and take advantage of the buy 2, get 1 free offer while it lasts, honey. But now back to
Honey. Get it, honey. God.
the video.
I'm going to section this into a few
I want to listen to it again. This is brilliant. This is brilliant content.
reasons.
Buy 2, get 1 free offer while it lasts, honey. But
Why it lasts, honey? Especially you, honey.
now back to the video.
I'm going to section this into a few reasons. The first is war. Now, I am inherently anti-war.
Wow, such a brave stance to be anti-war. I am actually pro-war, did you know? I personally am pro-war. The more wars, advanced wars, especially, is my favorite thing in the world. Her blinks. Look at what she's doing with her tongue. Observe her face and look at what she does with her tongue as she speaks. That's right. You're all my honey bunnies.
And I believe that objectively, inarguably,
Let's get that out of the way. I am pro-war. I hope more wars. In fact, I hope Russia invades Poland so I can, everything can be war. Everything should be just war. That's what I want.
Anti-war. And I believe that objectively, inarguably, the candidate that is the least likely to propel us into any new wars or exacerbate the ones we're in right now is Donald Trump. And I can
the one that said that he cannot promise that he won't intervene with the military in Greenland, Panama Canal, that is waging trade wars against Mexico, Canada, and China. Yeah, of course. The least, of course. I will never understand why she insists on pandering to people who want to erase her from existence somehow. She explained it in the video. I see you just joined, so you didn't hear the argument. Okay, I will tell you. I will repeat this argument that she said at the beginning of the video. It's because the Democratic Party wants to own her. And rather than be owned, she would choose the party that wants to destroy her. Yes, that is unironically what she said. I'm saying it in more extreme terms, but she said rather than be owned, it's better to choose a party that doesn't like you because that's more honest or something. It's just more honest. It's better to be not liked than to be owned, because the Democratic Party has this sense of ownership over minorities, and the other party simply doesn't like them, and that's better somehow. So vote Trump. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but that is the argument essentially.
Explain to you exactly why. Under Donald Trump, we had no new wars. He was the first president, the only president, in fact, of the 21st century to start no new wars.
Yeah, but he didn't see. Look at the tongue. He didn't stop any wars that were ongoing, like the one in Ukraine.
That matters.
We're gonna talk about Ukraine a lot today. It's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be fun. We're having fun now, but the fun's gonna end while we actually get to the topics that are, oh boy, things have been happening. I just cannot wait for Poland to be attacked. That's why I'll say.
And unfortunately, for people who are, no shade to anybody for their reasons why they vote. Everyone has different issues that are important to them. However, just so you know, none of those issues matter if nuclear war, in fact, begins.
Yeah. That's a talking point that I never get tired of hearing. The further west, the more people seem to piss their pants about nuclear war. Oh no, if we actually have a spine, there'll be a nuclear war. She's so smart, I know.
And with the technology we have now, our adversaries have now, that's actually a mass extinction event.
Wow.
So your abortions, your queer rights, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, your queer rights, whatever that means. I'm such a trans ally, by the way. I care about trans rights. But those queers, they can go screw themselves, okay? Queer rights, whatever that means. Yeah, you're great. You're great, Blair White. I love how supportive you are of queer rights, or rather trans rights, whatever that is. I love it. Whatever that is.
None of that matters if there's nukes going off. Objectively, under Trump, we had zero new wars. He was very isolationist. He was very anti.
I love. Oh my god! I cannot believe. I just cannot believe that somebody would say, under President X, the U.S. was very isolationist, and mean it as a compliment. Why would you use the word isolationist and say it as a compliment? You have to be really stupid to do that. But also, didn't he botch the deal with Iran? Didn't he have a whole debacle with North Korea and a few other things? Wasn't
Anti-war. He did not want to get us into any problems. So zero under Trump, and
he was
three
pretty
maybe.
active on the international stage even during his first term. He had talks with Putin. He tried to blackmail Zelensky into getting dirt on Hunter Biden.
Or depending how you classify things, under Biden and Kamala, that is a 300 to 400% increase in war. And
Okay, what the hell does that mean? See, this video is golden. This is the best video ever. This is one of my favorite YouTube videos ever. Maybe that's why it has 297,000 views, because under Biden we have 300% increase in war. Our point score just increased under Biden. Remember another situation when America was isolationist in the 20th century? No. America was never isolationist.
Biden and Kamala, that is a 300 to 400% increase in war. And
yeah, they were president, and then the war point score just shot up, Biden and Kamala started so many new wars. 300% increase in war. What the hell does that mean? 300% increase in war. Oh my god.
silly me for that being my number one issue, right? Maybe I should just go back to only caring about trans. But That is, in fact, my biggest
Yeah, she had to put it in there. Maybe I should just go back to caring about trans issues, which she doesn't care about to begin with.
thing. So, gotta start with that. I am anti-war. We had peace in the Middle
I
East. We
am
had
pro-war. We had peace in the Middle East. That is a let that sink in. You had peace in the Middle East. Yeah, the Middle East is such a peaceful region, especially under the first term of Trump. We had peace in the Middle East. Okay. Totally. Totally.
the Abraham Accords. I never saw
It
peace
was so easy. It was so cool. It was so peaceful in the Middle East. That's why Israel Palestine is considered such an easy thing to solve, because for such a long time there was just peace in that area and nothing ever happened. It was almost boring.
in the Middle
And
East.
then Biden came and war started. That is basically the history of Israel Palestine in a nutshell. There was peace, and then came Biden and decided to increase war by 100%.
Growing up, I was a first grader when 9/11 happened, and we were, thrust into all these endless wars. I had members of my family sent off to war to die under false pretenses, by the way.
Yeah, by a Republican president. That's a little bit of a funny thing too. Well, does she think Biden was the president when 9/11 happened and Iraq? What was it the fault of Biden and the Democrats that Iraq happened?
We were lied into that war. Trump represents the opposition, the other side of the coin to the warmongers we've had since I've been born. That
They were Republicans. They were Republicans. What the hell's going on?
have lied us into several wars, and that matters. He was
Republicans.
against the Iraq War, and that matters.
Republicans were.
In contrast, Miss Kamala, is endorsed by every warmonger I grew up, watching on TV, sending our men and women to die, our young men and women to die. The Cheneys, the Bushes,
Yeah, just
every
like now, so many young Americans are sent to Ukraine to die. Oh wait, no, never mind.
name on the list with the military-industrial complex is pro-Kamala, and if you don't see that as a reason why maybe you should be wary against voting for her, I'm going to be respectful here, but I am going to respectfully ask you to be like, why? Why do all the people that not only have proven they will and intend to send us to wars and cause wars?
Oh yeah, so many Americans are being sent to wars right now. So many troops on the ground in Ukraine. U.S. troops, U.S. Special military contingents, commandos, Marines, Ultramarines even. Very cool. Very cool.
Why do they all back this candidate? And why do they all hate this candidate? My second issue is definitely
Oh my God.
immigration after war, right? Gotta be immigration is number two. I lived in border states my whole life. I grew up in California.
By the way, she's half Mexican. Just so you know. Just so you know. Better White is half Mexican. So it is a very bizarre twist. Also, Trump is about to give a speech. Oh, link me the speech. We're gonna watch it. U.S. Congress. I want to see that actually. And then we're gonna do the rest of the topics. Because U.S. aid to Ukraine has been frozen. We're gonna finish this later. Link. Alright. We're gonna watch this live, aren't we? I hope you gave me the right link. It's not going to be good. It's going to be great. You're right, Jordan. It's not going to be good. It's going to be great. Make America great again. I say sorry in advance. It's okay. if you're sorry, then bring in more people to watch the stream and stuff. I now have the power of clairvoyance. Wow, this is exciting. This is exciting footage. I'm on. Oh, wow. Ooh. This is my president, even though I'm not American. My president. Where's he going? Where are you going, Mr. President of the world? Not just the US, but the world, the entire planet. Wow. Riveting. I'm getting hot and bothered. I cannot help it. He's a very attractive man. No wonder people voted for him. I would have. Wait. Technically speaking, I can. If I would have been in the country at the time, I could have voted. At least so do the Trump voters say, that foreigners can just vote if they're in the country, legally or not. I should have went and voted. Honestly, I should have taken advantage of my right to vote in the United States. Now I feel silly for not having voted. So how is everybody? How's everybody feeling? What a cool security guy with a little bit of a mismatched suit, I think. Who are these people? I want to see Donald. What happened to him? Why did he just duck like that? What happened? I'm narrating. I'm narrating the situation to you. Why are we here? Where's the speech? It's so dark in the United States right now. Does it really get so dark at whatever? Oh, it's actually okay. It is actually pretty late now. A drive to Congress from the White House. Wow, an ambulance in case something happens. Hot gay. Someone left a comment under one of my videos asking, "Why are you gay?" There's only one answer to that question. There's only one answer to that question.
You know, we had to do some wheeling and dealing.
Hey. Also, one person left a comment under one of my videos saying that I would never win a fist fight against Trump. So, I'm getting some weird comments under videos. Too mild. Why are you gay? Because it feels good. You should try it. The interview has to be seen to be believed. Yeah. There's so many topics to be talked about tonight. It's incredible. It is incredible. Why are you gay? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm in Poland, okay? It's not great here either. Imagine using a car to ride for 2 miles. I mean, he's an elderly gentleman. You're gay because you slay. I would elaborate, but it's a family-friendly stream. I already skirted the line with the whole strap-on thing, I feel. Correct answer to that question is, why aren't you? True. True and real. Yeah, but it's not Nigeria. That is true. But it still is Poland, okay? Socialists, the Brit, where the LGBTQ plus are much better than in Poland. God. Is West Poland much more free? Not really, no. Wow. I'm learning so much from this speech. It's incredible. That is exactly why I voted for Donald Trump, because of the things that he's saying here now. That is so cool. He's such a cool and handsome, attractive man. You are racist. And because you're racist, you should subscribe to Make It Up to Me. Make it up to me, okay? Apologize for your racism. Apologize to me for your horrible, horrible bigotry of low expectations. How dare you? How dare you do this to me? How can you be like this? Because you are a racist, subscribe to Lucy Haza. Lucy Haza wants every racist to subscribe, calling all racists. True. True. That is the audience that I wanna attract. Apologies to Nigeria for getting it mixed up with Nigeria. You gotta be kidding me, true. Ah, socialists. Digging your own grave on stream. You're digging your own grave on the biggest Polish trans streamer's stream. Okay, is anything gonna happen? I feel like... Oh. I was about to start playing Go, but... I was about to start playing Go. Hello guys, oh yeah, oh welcome. Bro, are they gonna announce the deal? They're supposed to announce the deal during this speech, the mineral deal. There, that's better. I'm JD Vance, I'm so smart. Oh ho 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 ho. Hello, JD Vance. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the small talk. Okay, you know what? Whatever. Whatever. Did you get his eyeliner?
Game started.
Alright, let's do this. Actually, no, Ukraine is saying that it's ready to sign the deal. It's more complicated than that. Ukraine does want the help from the US because Ukraine, unfortunately, is in a very tough spot, which we're gonna be talking about today after this. I'm gonna do all the topics that I have planned for tonight. I'm gonna be talking about the US freezing aid. I'm gonna be talking about the Polish letter written by the oppositionists to Trump. By the way, my uncle signed that letter. He was one of the arrested oppositionists during the 80s. So he signed that letter to Trump. And also we're gonna be talking about, well, a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. He was one of the 39 people that signed it. I'm showing you the best game right now. I bet a lot of you don't know this game, but I'm smart. If I play this game, that means I'm very smart, okay? And I'm gonna give you my hot take. This game is better than chess. Don't let anybody tell you that this game, okay, is not better than chess. They are. If anybody says that, they are lying. You cannot trust them on anything. If they say that, that means they have a corrupted soul and they are evil people, and you should distrust them on anything. You should distrust them about life and things. And it's like, yeah, you know.
I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. I'm going this way. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll just sit over here. That's hey, man. How are you? Good to see you. Good luck tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it, President. Hey, so good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh my God. Oh, you're so cool. Oh my God. I love you. Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh God. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh my. Oh me. Oh my. Your cock is so big. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, yours is too. Oh my gosh. We're gonna meet later. Better footage is on CNN. Well, link it then. Ooh, I love you, buddy. It tells that 44% Americans don't support neither side, while 4% don't like Russia. Oh wow.
Man, this is, I gotta be honest with you.
I'm gonna whisper some love words to your ear.
This speech is gonna be great. But I don't know how you do this for 90 minutes.
The hardest thing was doing it during Biden, when the speech was a stupid campaign speech. Just let you know.
I have a feeling that they were not supposed to be heard, okay? I have a weird feeling that they're not supposed to be, that was not supposed to be heard as he put the mic away. That was so weird that that was actually audible. How do you do these speeches for now? Incredible. Incredible. Nice to see you, guy. It is. We're so happy to be here. Oh, it's all so fascinating, interesting. Oh my gosh. Oh dearie. Oh dear. Oh my life. I encourage all of you to leave a comment under my videos and to like it. I also encourage you to like this stream. Apparently it helps. Apparently it super helps for people to like the stream. Also, Philippe Auguste has a job to get me a raid on Twitch from some super cool leftist creator that's a communist. We need to get a raid from a communist on Twitch. Someone invades your territory, are you gonna rely on the stones across the map or fight with closer stones? What? What do you mean? If someone invades my territory, I'm gonna kill the stones that invade my territory. Also, hello, Aliana01. I think... Have you ever watched this stream before? Of course, if someone invades my territory, I'm gonna kill them. Or I will try. Wait, hold on, what? What are they... What? This has commentary in it. Okay.
Clock, making sure that she would be in that position to get a handshake with the president when he comes down the aisle. So a lot of buzzing right now in the chamber as we await the president's arrival.
Ryan, as you take us behind the scenes there, I want to ask our great director, Brett Holy, to take your camera again where we saw Ryan in action there, because there was a... Oh, I guess we don't have it anymore. There was some interesting sort of pictures of how we sort of covered this moment with producers in the background and their binoculars and how they were spotting certain members of Congress. I noticed one strapping lad. Your producer, Ryan, there, who was in action.
You could say, in fact.
Yeah. So we're close to Hallie's kitchen, as she says here.
Ryan, we are getting a look. Thanks, friend, for being there for us, and to Frank as well. We're getting it out, Tom, a first look at excerpts now. The first glimpse at what President Trump is expected to say when he comes in here to the chamber just about 12 minutes from now, looking at our clock. And there's a few things, at least in these advanced excerpts released by the White House. One of the things we've been talking about is this trade war that we are now in officially. And the president is expected to say, based on these excerpts, whenever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. He talks about how that he believes will help the country take in trillions of dollars. Clearly a sign that despite what his commerce...
Why would you go to war with your allies? That is so ridiculous. With Canada, of all places.
Secretary has said, Tom, about potentially backing away or finding a compromise with Canada, Mexico, and China. That doesn't sound like language of compromise, at least not at the moment.
He's also, from these excerpts, we should say, is going to blame the price of eggs on the former president, President Joe Biden, saying that it was President Joe Biden that let egg prices get out of control, which has a lot to do with inflation, but also has a lot to do with bird flu that's happening.
The avian flu that has obviously killed more than 100 million egg-laying chickens here in this country. As we go to Vaughn Hilliard now for more on these excerpts now that we're getting from the White House, and some of the more, of course, I think you could say controversial folks who are in the president's cabinet. You saw Kash Patel there as well, and some other folks inside as well. Vaughn?
Right, that's Usha Vance there, the wife of the Vice President J.D. Vance. This, in the remarks that we've been provided here at this point in time, I think it is notable the extent to which President Trump is noting the unilateral actions that he has taken.
We're going to be talking about those tariffs as well. We're going to be talking about everything. It's going to be great. You're going to have a lovely time on tonight's stream.
In his first month and a half as president of the United States, explicitly saying that he signed more than 100 executive orders and more than 400 executive actions in this first month and a half.
Incredible.
He notes that on
amazing affirmative orders, like the ones that make it difficult for trans people to renew their passports. Amazing. So much good work.
The issue of immigration, that the idea that new legislation would be needed to secure the border, well, he proved that wrong, that in his words, quote, all we really needed was a new president. And on the issue of tariffs.
Wait, hold on. But that's unlawful. The courts are already sort of, he's already being challenged by the courts on the whole border thing. So I guess you really did need more than just a new president in reality.
Which, of course, just 24 hours ago, he implemented not only 25% tariffs on Mexico, Canada, but also on China. The words that we will likely hear from the President of the United States are, quote, whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. And on Ukraine, noting that the U.S. government has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine's defenses, this is notably from the President of the United States going
to... this is notably false. As the aid from the United States amounts to what, 65 billion or something?
Be a speech that focuses on the action that he specifically has taken and the U.S. has over the last month and a half.
All right, Von Hilliard, we appreciate that. We want to go live to Moscow right now, and our Keir...
Moscow. I really, really hate how Trump can just say such blatant lies about the number... the figures about how much money the U.S. has given in aid, and people just believe it.
Keir Simmons, who's there live for us tonight. Keir, a big question to you. Obviously, it is very late where you are. How much will Russia, and I ask first, how much will the Kremlin be watching this speech, but also the people of Russia to figure out what exactly is the United States going to do with that military aid when it comes to Ukraine?
Yeah, Tom, it's just before 5 a.m. Here in Moscow. Look, this is a large domestic audience for the president, but it's also a major global stage, because you're right, these images will be watched around the world, perhaps not in the middle of the night here in some parts of the world, but certainly through the day tomorrow. And look, there are huge challenges. I think that falling out with President Zelensky illustrates how challenging some of these international issues are now for the president. I think negotiations with the Kremlin in the months to come will be very, very difficult. And then, of course, there is the issue of Gaza. There are still hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Those talks are not moving forward at this stage. We just had Arab countries saying that they have approved a new plan for Gaza that does not include the removal of Palestinians from that enclave, either forcibly or voluntarily.
How would you even ethnically cleanse 2 million people from that area? How would you even do it on a logistical level?
And then you guys have been talking about the question of tariffs. That too, of course, is causing ripples around the world. So many capitals around the world will be watching what the president has to say tonight. Perhaps not right now. When you're a foreign correspondent, you have the times, Tom, for capitals around the world on your phone. It's just before 2 a.m. in London, in Rome. It's just before 3 a.m. where, of course, the Pope is in the hospital. In Riyadh, just before 5 a.m., like here in Moscow. So not everyone will be watching live, but they'll be watching, believe me.
Keir Simmons, you and your team stay safe over there in Russia. We appreciate all of your reporting throughout this week and always. I do want to bring in our panel right now as we are listening to the call to order there in the chambers. We have our political pros tonight. Cornell Belcher is the NBC political analyst and president of Brilliant Corners Research and Strategies. Brian Lanza, senior advisor to the Trump 2024 campaign. And Leanne Caldwell, a good friend to NBC News and chief Washington correspondent at Puck. We thank you all for being here tonight. Leanne, I know you were watching these live pictures with me as we hear the vice president helping out with that call to order that Speaker Johnson started. What did you notice as people were walking in and we see the colors that Ryan was talking about, many of the women in pink and also the blue and gold in support of Ukraine with some?
Yeah, so for Republicans, this is going to be a very jubilant night. They are very thrilled about this trifecta. They have big plans for this trifecta, and you're going to see that enthusiasm tonight in this room. Democrats, on the other hand, this pink is a color of protest, they say. So there is meaning behind this. It is going to be interesting to watch.
We're all
to see
screwed.
How
We're all
Democrats
screwed because people
respond
decided to
to
vote for this
what Donald
buffoon.
Trump does, which there could
We're
be a
all
lot of
screwed.
theatrics in this speech. We know that Donald Trump is a showman. He is
It's
very
over.
good at playing to the
Poland's
cameras.
gonna be bombed.
And I'm also going to be watching how Republicans respond to some of the more controversial things that Donald Trump says. Does he bring up things like Russia or that Ukraine began the war and that that Ukraine, started the war instead of Russia? And how do Republicans respond to some of those things, tariffs included?
Cordell, you study numbers for a living. You know polls and trends. Is the president in trouble
Second,
this early? I asked because
Star Wars,
after
from a
the election,
certain
he was
point of
up
view,
10 points.
Ukraine has started
it's
the
definitely
war.
come down a little bit since then.
Like Poland is
He's
like
about
Ukraine.
even right now. Some polls have him under 50%, 47,
Which
46.
Russia says Poland
But is this
started, by
because
the
of
way.
his policies? Do you think this is just natural
Exactly.
progression for a newly elected president, or is he having some trouble?
Well, look, we typically see a president with a honeymoon period. And right now, we don't see this president with a honeymoon period. Right now, most of the polls do have him underwater. And what's really stark, and I think really problematic for Republicans long term, is he's now underwater on his approval of the economy, something that was supposed to be really, powerful and strong for him. And right now, you have 64% of Americans think the cost of living is rising and going the wrong direction. You have the majority of Americans right now think the economy is heading the wrong direction.
Okay, this is good. This is actually really good. Finally, some good news on Trump. That means that people will be unhappy. That means his approval will tank. And nobody will care about any other issue. Nobody will care about trans issues especially. Nobody will care about anything else. If he messes up economy, he's in trouble. That is the one thing that he actually has to not mess up in order to be able to sell the public on anything else. So this is good news.
For someone who came into office making big promises about the economy, and you look at Wall Street today and free fall, and you look at them losing the Wall Street Journal calling his tariff war dumb. Not me. Wall Street Journal calling it dumb. They've got some real economic problems.
Brian, obviously all the economic problems right now in the country are not President Trump's fault. He inherited high inflation. It's been very stubborn. He said he would be able to fix it. The egg prices are still very high. How does he turn this around when he...
The egg prices are high. The United States is chasing Russia with the egg prices.
Just implemented those tariffs on our two largest trading partners, actually our three largest trading partners.
He turns to his investments. I mean, I think the biggest thing about President Trump and his administration is we're open for business. And so they're welcoming
There's still no tariffs on the European Union, right?
investment all over the world. We've seen in 1 month's time, I think nearly $1.2 trillion of foreign investment into the United States. That translates to jobs. That translates to lower prices. So he's got to continue to push. I mean, tariffs are going to have an impact, but the way he sort of deals with tariffs is just push up more and more investments and say America's open and bring in the money. I think that's what voters are going to look for.
I want to pause you right there as we take a look at our Supreme Court justices. Amy Coney Barrett, of course, Brett Kavanaugh, along with Chief Justice John Roberts. Elena Kagan as well was there, and retired Justice Kennedy as well, walking in. As we await the president, we are just 3 minutes away from what is going to happen. Leanne Caldwell, Republicans, advisors to the president, are saying this is not going to be a message of unity. We should not expect kumbaya here. What should we expect?
Don't expect anything when it comes to Donald Trump, because the unexpected is most likely is what's going to happen. Donald Trump is going to lean in.
I will say that he's becoming less unexpected to me than I actually thought. He's actually becoming far more predictable to me than I assumed. He's much less of a wild rocket than everybody said before during the presidential campaign.
I'm told, into his accomplishments so far, which they think are many in the first 45 days of his presidency. Massive cuts to the federal government. He's going to encourage Republicans to get together
on
an
accomplishment, cutting crucial institutions in the country. What an accomplishment. Especially, once again, because I cannot get over it, firing people that are responsible for maintaining U.S. nuclear arsenal. By the way, China and Russia have already started recruiting those people, just so you know.
His budget plan, which includes extending the Donald Trump tax cuts from 2017.
Literally, China and Russia already have started recruiting the people that Trump has fired. It's pretty pathetic.
talk a lot about the border and border security. He's going to tout what he is saying is massive deportations of people in the country illegally. Of course, the facts are a little bit mixed there, and he does want his team to do more. But he is going to frame everything he does and as fantastic, as great, as brilliant, whether that's reality or not.
Cornel, as we're just 2 minutes away now from the start of this joint session of Congress, this joint address to Congress, what's the one thing Democrats have to put out tonight in their message in the rebuttal?
I think the Democrats have to put out in their rebuttal a sense of economic growth and a sense of bringing people together. To that point, I think it is going to be a lot of red meat to the base, which we've heard time and time again. Independent, middle-of-the-road voters don't want us fighting in Washington anymore. They want us to get together. And I think them picking the new senator from Michigan, someone who has bipartisan bona fides, I think was a good idea for Democrats.
Brian, what's the one thing President Trump has to convey here? I mean, he always tries to convey strength. There are a lot of unknowns with Ukraine.
He has to convey that, I don't know, he has to convey that he's not a faith piece of shit that will tank the economy, and that he's not a Russian shill, but I doubt he will, actually.
With these tariffs, with the economy, and with Doge.
Yeah, listen, he has to display confidence in a plan, that the tough economic conditions that he inherited, that he's got plans for that. I think investment's a key component. He has to, as he said, if you invest a certain amount of money in the United States, we're going to get rid of all these regulations. I think he has to get more of these regulations. Doge sort of taking the sledgehammer to the size of government, getting rid of these organizations, sort of going to create an atmosphere of tremendous growth. At least
40% of the companies that Doge has targeted will not generate any savings. So, you know, just so you know,
that's what he's hoping for.
How long does the marriage with Elon Musk last? Are there legs there? I mean, does this keep going?
Listen, if you're playing chess, you want Elon on your chessboard, and he's absorbing a lot of the blows that Donald Trump would take for making these decisions. So, as a smart executive, he outsourced it to somebody who's taking all the heat. Why not?
Can I say it's interesting, really quickly? I say it's interesting
30 seconds.
That he is a very rich and very unpopular person. So wrapping yourself around him, I think is problematic.
All right. Cornel, Brian, Leanne, we thank you so much for joining our special coverage tonight. We are just moments away from the president's speech. Our coverage continues right now as we are watching members of Congress come in, the Supreme Court justices, the diplomats, and the only person we're missing so far, President Trump and the First Lady, who will be there. Our coverage continues right now with Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Tonight, a high-stakes primetime address.
The president's first major speech to Congress just 43 days into his administration.
Our special coverage starts right now.
Tonight on Capitol Hill, a critical moment for President Trump.
The president set to lay out his priorities to lawmakers, coming at a turbulent moment at home and abroad.
President Trump ramping up efforts to reshape the federal government as he signals a shift from decades of U.S. foreign policy.
From NBC News, President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. Live from Washington, here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
That is so cool.
And hi, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to our special coverage of President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. This is his first since his second term began.
Here's the scene on the House floor right now where the president is expected to speak just minutes from now. He'll lay out his priorities, both foreign and domestic.
A senior administration official telling NBC News tonight his theme will be the renewal of the American dream. Of course, the Speaker of the House, Vice President J.D. Vance, waiting there.
Screwing over America domestically and also screwing over the rest of the world. That is their dream, the American dream.
At the dais, it comes, of course, at a critical moment for President Trump and for the country as he ramps up his efforts to fundamentally reshape the federal government. And days after the world saw a major shift in U.S. foreign policy during his Oval Office showdown with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Less than 2 months into his administration, the president already hitting the ground running on his agenda, including big cuts from the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, along with plans for mass deportation and tariffs on our country's largest trading partners, which just went into effect today.
Well, tonight we expect to hear more about the president's vision for the future when he takes the podium to address both houses of Congress, along with the American people.
I want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, and our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander.
So, Kristen, let's start with you. We're watching, waiting for the president to make that entry. This is, of course, a night that's full of formality. The Speaker Emeritus, former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi there. Tell us what you expect to hear from the president tonight.
Well, Savannah, I expect to hear a robust defense of these first 6 weeks that he has been in office. He'll talk about his mass deportation plans. He's going to defend the Elon Musk-led efforts to really carve out large swaths of the federal government. It comes at a time when his approval rating, higher than it was at this point in his first term.
A lot of it will produce no saving, but it also will create massive chaos in administration. Okay? Also, how is he going to defend his cutting of foreign aid and the flushing of software of the United States down the toilet? How is he going to defend that? I'm really curious. I'm really curious.
Lower than a number of his predecessors, and at a time when a majority of Americans say they want to see him more focused on the economy, on lowering prices. Of course, he did just announce those new tariffs today, the concern that that will ultimately drive up prices. So he's going to have to defend that and, of course, the discord on the world stage.
We've seen Melania Trump now making her way into the chamber to an applause. I want to turn to Hallie. Can you talk a little bit about the speed? The president's clearly going to want to talk about the executive orders, how many he's done versus his predecessors. But the speed of everything he's done has even kind of left Democrats on their heels.
The idea that he has done 81 executive orders in the first 43 days in office. We talked when we were sitting all together.
Okay, that's not really impressive. All right? That is such a stupid way to thinking about it. Oh my God, he did so many executive orders. It doesn't matter how many he does. What matters is what they contain. No? Shouldn't that be the most important thing? What the text of the executive orders is, not how many he did? Anybody can just throw around hundreds upon hundreds of really, really stupid executive orders. Oh my God.
On Inauguration
Why
Day.
is this treated as such an achievement? That he made a lot of stupid decisions and decided to push them right away via executive orders.
About this idea of shock and awe. Those close to the president feel he has executed on that. And in fact, a senior administration official tells me that's what we can expect to hear in the first part of the president's speech tonight, him laying out his accomplishments. I also spoke with one Democratic member who said to me just today, listen, Democrats...
It's not an accomplishment to sign a bunch of executive orders, no matter what they contain.
have gotten off to a lackluster start as far as responding in a cohesive way strategically to the first 6 weeks of the Trump administration here. But they do feel like there is some hope that they are finding their footing by focusing very sharply on issues like the economy and like Medicaid.
Yeah. And we're hearing now that the cabinet will enter. Of course, many of these cabinet picks were controversial, but with the exception of Matt Gaetz, who was briefly nominated to be Attorney General, they've all been confirmed, often along party lines. As I turn to Peter Alexander, I mean, this is the president's choice to lead some of these changes. We are going to also see Elon Musk not entering with the cabinet, but arguably as important, if not more important, in terms of what he's been doing with the federal government.
Well, we wait to see where Elon Musk is going to be sitting. Is he there side by side with the cabinet? He appeared in the cabinet meeting a few days ago. We saw him riding with the motorcade, dressed in a suit this go around, joining Donald Trump on this night. I'm struck by a couple things. How much has changed since the last time we saw Donald Trump in this position? 5 years ago, his last State of the Union. We've had COVID since then and so many other changes. Think about the room, just the optics of this. When he first gave a joint address, there was a different vice president over his shoulder. Then Mike Pence, this go-around J.D. Vance. A different Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, this time around.
Oh, think about things, okay? Think about the fact that things were different 5 years ago. How different vibe, different... Okay? What is that supposed to tell me? I'm sorry, analysis is supposed to be analysis, not just saying things. Okay? Oh my God, things are different than 5 years ago. You think? Wow, okay. I never would have thought of that myself.
Round, of course, it's going to be Mike Johnson. Well, we heard from him 8 years ago. He talked about putting an end to the trivial fights in America. There is Elon Musk. We see him in the chamber right now. You talk about the trivial fights. He said, let's put an end to them. Think about all the trivial, no longer trivial, the major fights we're dealing with right now with Canada, one of our closest allies, with Ukraine, until recently one of our tightest allies as well. The president has a lot of...
excuse me, you're watching Lucy Has It TV right now? Excuse me, to make it more popular. I'm sorry. What do you mean we need Lucy Has It TV? You're watching it right now. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe what I'm saying here. Should I rebrand to Lucy Has It TV to make it clear?
A lot of unique challenges tonight, but I think at the end of the day, what will matter to Americans at home is how it affects their pocketbook. 8 years ago when he spoke, a dozen eggs, $1.46. This go around, nearly $5 for a dozen eggs.
As the country battles the avian flu and the effects of that. We want to go to Capitol Hill now. Our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles, is inside the House chamber, in the room where it will happen. And he has a Republican Senate, a Republican House, but these are very narrow majorities. And the political clock is ticking, Ryan, for him to get his agenda through.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Savannah. And it is pretty stark when you look out at the chamber from my vantage point, which is right behind where the president will be speaking in the next few minutes. All the Republicans to the left side of where I'm sitting are standing. They're anxiously waiting the president's arrival. All the Democrats on the other side of the chamber, they're sitting stoically, which is a representation of how this speech will likely be received here in the next few minutes. I mean, it's important to keep in mind when Donald Trump first came into this chamber back in 2017, it was a very different environment than what he's going to deal with here tonight. His own party wasn't necessarily 100% behind him 8 years ago, and he won the presidency despite even some open opposition from his fellow Republicans. And he even had some Democrats that were hoping that he would be the deal maker in chief. Well, fast forward to tonight, Donald Trump will be greeted by an enthusiastic...
Oh, wow, look, it's our favorite guy. That'll make us all healthy again. We love you, RFK.
GOP that has fallen completely in line behind him. They will shower him with applause throughout the night. In fact, one of the things to look for tonight, we saw Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was right up there along the aisle and expected to greet the president as she came in. She's been showing her fellow members a MAGA-style hat that reads, "Trump was right about everything," which is indicative of how the Republicans feel about Donald Trump right now. But these Democrats on the other side of the aisle...
yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the most typical example of an average Republican, the Jewish space laser lady. Okay, sure.
Have now been completely isolated from the deal-making process. Many of his actions, especially early on in the second term, have alienated the Democrats. They've really given up all hope that they can work with him. And it's going to be very key tonight to watch how these Democrats demonstrate their opposition to Donald Trump. They've already done it to a certain extent. There are many Democrats who aren't even in the room tonight. A significant number of Democrats, including Senator Patty Murray, one of the senior members of the United States Senate, deciding that she was not going to be in attendance tonight. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the biggest stars in the Democratic Party, especially in the progressive movement, she's decided not to be here tonight. The other way Democrats are protesting is with their dress, and you can see it in a very stark terms. Many of the...
Don't talk to me about clown political systems. I've already seen an embarrassing kid not kin debate recently. People were like, "Oh, kid not kin had an interesting debate. Watch it, watch it." I was like, "Okay, I'll watch it," and I will never get that time back. I'm not getting it back. Never, ever in my life.
Democratic women
it's a time that have been sucked out of my precious existence on this planet.
In very bright pink. That will be something that Donald Trump will have to see as he's given this address to this chamber here tonight. And then we've also spotted a number of Democratic men sporting ties with yellow.
Kid not kin had some debate with a person called Power about democracy being inefficient. And then it devolved into a debate about the United States needing a benevolent despot or something.
And blue in support of Ukraine and, of course, the ongoing controversy as it relates to Ukraine. Now, some of these members, they've been waiting here since as early as 3 o'clock this afternoon to get those spots along the aisle, those coveted spots where they will get FaceTime with the president, be able to shake his hand on national television, and also have the opportunity to get an autograph of the speech after he leaves. Everything along those lines. You can see them showing their phones and talking to each other already about this experience that they have and the prime position that they've gotten here tonight. Now, it's also interesting to point out, as we wonder, will Democrats have any sort of vocal disapproval of this speech? Will they heckle or catcall? Will any of them walk out of the chamber tonight? We've been told by Democratic leadership that they've asked their members not to forcefully do any sort of demonstration like that, but they've already been warned by members of the House Freedom Caucus that any Democrat that attempts to disrupt the proceedings here tonight could potentially face a censure resolution. Now, that is a bit ironic because there are members of the House Freedom Caucus, both past and present, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert among them, who often jeered or catcalled President Joe Biden during his speeches. So those are just some of the things that we'll be watching here in the chamber tonight, guys.
All right, Ryan, thanks. As we mentioned, tonight's address comes as President Trump slapped tariffs on some of our country's largest trading partners, including Canada, Mexico, and China. It's raising fears of an all-out trade war. For more, let's bring in our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine.
Hi there, good evening. And yes, you've got companies across the economy scrambling to figure out how to absorb these higher prices. 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, another 10% on China. And in fact, many companies are saying there will be higher prices ahead for American consumers, which is interesting because President Trump has acknowledged that in part he was elected because Americans were tired of higher grocery prices. We heard today from the CEO of Target, the big discount retailer, that in fact, fruits and vegetables from Mexico this winter and spring, because of those tariffs, they will cost more. And in a matter of days, consumers will start to pay higher prices. Now, we expect to hear the president talk about egg prices and blame President Biden and the prior administration and talk about his trade war. Will he say that he is going to will have to endure some near-term pain on prices for a longer-term goal of sort of reorienting the global economy? We'll have to wait and see. Howard Lutnick, his Commerce Secretary, late today, seemed to say that there was a softening potentially of this trade war position from the U.S. government, saying that potentially the president tomorrow could try to meet Canada and Mexico in the middle. No clarity yet, though, on whether that means some of these tariffs will be rolled back. Even as industry, you guys, is sort of bracing for disruptions in the supply chain again and higher prices all along the supply chain.
And sometimes the uncertainty itself can create tremors in the economic system. Christine, stand by there. We may well hear a lot about tariffs tonight. Just to set the team 10 minutes past.
Look at this. Look at how much excitement is in the room. Yay, make America great again. Cannot wait. I assume in 2028, Democrats either win by not being Trump or completely collapse in their support while new small left-wing parties appear. No, it's going to be like, it's going to be a left-wing Trump. Even crazier. Marxist-Leninist Trump's gonna win in the United States, and is gonna confiscate everything for the state and, you know.
9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we await the
confiscate the grain.
Entrance of the president. The cabinet is there. Members of the Supreme Court are there. Both sessions, both parts of Congress are there, the House and the Senate. So we will hear his speech in just a few minutes. But talking about tariffs, Kristen, I mean, the president has acknowledged what he calls short-term pain. Many economists think this will put incredible pressure on prices and on the economy at large if they were to stay in effect for a sustained period.
Absolutely. Economists of all stripes have come to that conclusion.
I'm gonna be the commissar of the secret tech police, and I'm gonna listen to the reports that neighbors will send me on their own neighbors and family members, and I'm gonna giggle as I sentence them all to death or gulags or whatever I choose my fancy to be that day.
Conclusion. President Trump himself rejects that analysis. He says, no, in the long term, prices ultimately will start to come down. It's these other countries that are going to pay the prices. History tells us that's not how tariffs work. And the fact that he has acknowledged.
But have you considered that Trump is a great businessman and that Trump is an economist at heart?
Yes, there will be short-term pain, I think is extraordinary. I can tell you I've spent some time on Capitol Hill, Republicans privately saying, yes, look, they are concerned about the fact that prices are not coming down, that prices may in fact go up more because of these tariffs and the messaging that will be necessary. They say giving the president about 6 months to a year to watch this pan out. But this is where his legislative agenda comes into play. You are going to see him make a big pitch.
I won by resignation. My opponent gave up. Do you see that? Black wins by resignation. I won. You should congratulate me and donate. I won. Let's see an estimation of the score. Review score. Estimate score. Black wins by 32 points.
For Congress to pass the big bill that just passed through the House. It deals with the border, deportation.
There was a pep in his step. I mean, he definitely feels relaxed and that he's hitting his stride and that he was sent there by the American people and he feels like he has this mandate and is looking forward to this speech tonight and wants to, as he says, tell it like it is.
Thank you.
Doc.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to say my thing
It's a great
now.
honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance.
Don't go to sleep. The best is just about to begin.
First Lady of the United States.
America, thank you very much for this hug balloon. Yeah, you do have work. Your job is to watch this address as a proud, patriot or whatever. You have an obligation to your president to watch this with your full attention. You really a proud Make America Great Again voter? You should pass a loyalty test, honestly. You should start earlier because I'm winding
of the United States.
And ironically, I should be starting these streams earlier.
Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Wait, where did it go before? Was it gone? Was America gone before? That is so weird. Okay.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America.
The golden age of America is when RFK takes care of your health. The golden age of America is when we tariff all of our allies. The golden age of America is when we become best buddies with our biggest geopolitical enemy, when we throw our allies under the bus in the name of being peaceful with this geopolitical enemy. It is when prices rise. It is when we destroy the minorities in our country. And of course, it is when I blame everything on Biden. The golden age of America. Oh boy, I cannot wait, and it's just the first month.
From that moment
Oh
on,
yeah, and dismantling the institutions in the country. Yes, the golden age indeed. Oh gosh.
it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era.
I'm just gonna say that action for the sake of action is not what you should want, okay? Just doing swift and fast action for the sake of just doing it should not be your priority, and nobody should applaud that. Oh my God, he has signed so many executive orders. He's so brave, so great.
In the history of our country, we have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Some people will take 8 years to ruin the country. Some people will take 12 years to ruin the country. I did it in a month, and we're just getting started. Everybody. Okay, get to the point. Please get to the point. Okay? Like I've heard this 50,000 times. This fluff. I should be the one criticized for fluff, for I don't know, getting off point, for filler, not the President of the United States. The President of the United States should be able to get to the point swiftly, as he puts it. Oh my God, Elon Musk is so touched. He's gonna cry. I actually wonder if they're all grifters, self-interested, parasitical. You know, I really do wonder if it's all just cynical and they just don't believe in anything like Elon Musk, or does he believe in any of that? You know what I mean? I know what sort of system Trump is attempting to build. I know what sort of system Elon Musk is participating in. But I do wonder if there's any ideological, genuine belief. There's fanaticism that guides them. Like Elon Musk's brain seems to be fried, so...
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back.
Yeah, our spirit of not giving a crap about international law, our spirit of trying to bully invaded countries into saying that their tormentors are actually not the aggressor, into signing a horrible deal, and it's all great. America's back, baby.
Our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Of course, that depends for whom. The American dream surges for those who are willing to bow down to Trump, to build his new elite.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never.
Never will. Yeah, because the United States were totally not a superpower on the world stage till now. Yeah, the United States was in dire need for a comeback, okay? The United States was in such decline on the world stage. You wouldn't believe it. Who needs soft power anyway?
Witness again. There's never been anything like it.
I mean, that is true that you'll probably not witness something like this again. I believe that.
The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 3.
That is so depressing, by the way. That's just... I still remember that night. I still remember the election night. Oh, God. Don't even remind me. That was so bad.
112 votes.
What was I even doing? I seem to recall I did not stream the election thing. Maybe I should have streamed it. Who knows? Maybe I should have. But I didn't.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for
Self-congratulatory self-masturbation. It's just masturbation. It's not self-masturbation.
Republican.
I wish they did more than boo, but it's still something, I guess.
Now, for the first time in modern history,
are we gonna get to the point? I'm not in the mood. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing to analyze, quote unquote, here. He's just, circle jerking about how great he is, about how amazing he is, and how America is on the comeback from I have no clue what.
More Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Yeah, the most ever. He has to be talking about the most ever victory in the election, because he cannot exactly be talking about his approval points now, can he? Because they're dropping. The approval points are dropping like flies, okay? He's not a very popular man right now, which is something that he cannot mention. And of course, the prices are not dropping. If his approval was big, that would be the thing that he'd be talking about now, not the election. The election is ancient history now, as far as I'm concerned.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Why are they clapping like cheers to that? It's not high.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Well, we're gonna have to look at him for a long time. I love how Russia says that the United States foreign policy is now in alignment with Russia's, in lockstep. I love it.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
Continue
Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. If they're all bad, then that's just a detriment. It's not a accomplishment.
And taken more than 400 executive actions, a record.
Again, same deal.
To restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth.
Oh, those are so specific, such specific things. Common sense, optimism, and what?
All across our wonderful land.
Wow, that certainly means something.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
I'm gonna bring back common sense. I really love it when politicians create policy based on that mantra. It feels like 80% of the speech is gonna be self-praise. It's a Trump speech. What did you expect? Of course, it's gonna be self-praise. I'm just wondering if he's gonna announce the deal, the mineral deal. Of course, it's gonna be self-praise. What else would it be? What else would it even be?
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the
our presidency
history of our nation.
Is what?
Is the most successful in the history.
By what metric?
History of our nation.
The number of executive orders signed? As if that means anything?
By many.
By many. Many say this. Imagine doing the meme unironically. Many people say this. Many people say this.
And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border.
Yeah, and the courts already have challenged you on that, so this is just bizarre.
I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country.
The invasion.
And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Ever in the country's history. What if the unrecorded, whatever.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way.
What? Who are they? Who heard your words in this?
In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst.
Yes, all the asylum seekers heard his words and decided not to come.
First president in American history. There were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions. And
they all wanted to transition in prison. Yes, we've all heard it before.
Insane asylums
yes.
were released into our country. Who would want to do that?
To have a sex change
This is my
operation.
5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
I mean, what the hell? What do you... This is so stupid. I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say to this. There's nothing I can do to make you stand, smile, applaud. There's nothing. There's no bullshit that I can sell you.
I could find a cure to the most devastating disease.
Yes, the disease of diversity and inclusion.
A disease that would wipe out entire nations or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history.
The answers to the greatest economy in history? What the fuck does that mean? Now he's just rambling. I could find the answers to the greatest economies in history. Oh my God.
Or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do.
Yeah, with astronomical achievements of putting tariffs and, you know, stopping aid, humanitarian aid worldwide, on screwing over our allies. The astronomical achievements of screwing over the LGBT community domestically. Amazing. Why don't you clap? Why don't you stand?
Do it no matter what. Five times I've been
Why
up
don't you thank me?
here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Why don't you bow down to me, in other words? I'm really starting to see a pattern here. That the pattern is not very subtle. You should be bowing down to me. You will be bowing down to me sooner or later. You just see. You just see, Democrats. You too will be bowing down to me once my system is established in full. You'll be applauding anything that I do. You'll be kneeling down and kissing my feet.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America?
What a joke. Name them. Name the wins so that I can laugh. Screwing over Ukraine, is that the win?
For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Dismantling the, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to tell you that diversity and inclusion, that veterans also are under the diversity and inclusion. Did you know that? Did you know that the executive order that cuts everything diversity and inclusion also screws over veterans? Were you aware of that? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Look at him. Jesus Christ. The guy that a few years ago said that Trump was America's Hitler, by the way. I wonder if his ego is actually hurt by Dems not applauding. It's more like he just wants people to bow down to him. He's creating a system in which people will either bow down to him or will be dealt with. Businesses from abroad and domestically. Look at what he said to the farmers. Prepare to sell your stuff domestically because I'm gonna tariff exports. It's so weird. Bow down to me, peasants.
Today, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action.
Yeah, like wasting billions of gallons of water. That was bold action and a big dream.
Office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
Oh, wow, what an achievement. I cannot believe that he is listing a freeze on all foreign aid as an achievement of the United States of America, flushing the soft power of the United States of America down the toilet. That's an achievement. You know what, Democrats? Now's the time to stand and applaud. Now's the time to clap. Causing people to die from the lack of aid. Amazing.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam
Oh yeah, destroying our planet. I hope we die as soon as possible, okay? I hope our planet becomes a one big hot oven. I cannot wait for us to all bake.
I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us
Amazing. Let us just destroy this planet as soon as possible.
trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health
Organization because they believe in vaccines or whatever.
Organization.
I'm pretty sure that the United States are also planning to withdraw from the UN Security Council, but I'm not sure if he's going to mention that here.
And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
The anti-American UN Human Rights Council. Oh my God. Oh yeah, he also sanctioned the International Criminal Court. What a
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe.
True. The environment, screw it. It's not like he's gonna live to see the consequences. He's pretty old.
And totally unaffordable and important.
Yeah, if there is a country that cannot afford having some environmental restrictions, is the United States, the poorest country in the world.
We ended.
Yeah, fuck human rights. Wait, what? Well, you know, it's the brave new world. Welcome, Justin JBG. Welcome to the stream. Are you new to the stream? I always welcome new people.
The last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
Oh, that one Elon Musk might not like as much, but, you know, compromise, I guess. Because Elon Musk likes his electric cars, as far as I know. But it's crazy. He is listing horrible things, and he is twisting them as achievements. Leaving the World Health Organization, freezing international humanitarian aid, leaving the United Human Rights. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for being here now. I hope you at least watch the VODs, and I hope you enjoy the content. I do my best for you specifically, and then anybody else. But I mostly do it for you. Amazing.
To unshackle.
What other achievements is he gonna list here? We thrown Ukraine under the bus, something that Biden did not have the guts to do.
Our economy. I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated.
That makes no sense. That is stupid. That is so stupid. You don't even care what the regulations are? Let's just get rid of them, no matter what they are. For every new one, we're just gonna get rid of 10. We're just gonna pick them at random, actually. We're just gonna close our eyes. We're gonna have a regulations list, and we're just gonna cross out 10 random ones, no matter what they are. Okay? It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a little game that the government's gonna be playing from now on, moving forward.
Just like I did in my very successful first term.
Very successful. Oh my God.
And in that first term,
just such brain dead way of approaching things. Regulation bad. We just cut them. Regulation bad. No matter what they are, no matter what they do, we have to destroy regulation.
we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations. Like
I mean, who's the judge? Who's going to be the judge on which regulations are unnecessary? You? I do not trust you to be the judge of which are actually, detrimental and which ones are beneficial.
No other president had done before.
I believe
We ordered
that.
all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Again, a lot of those workers that have been removed from the dismantled institutions are being scooped up by China and Russia now, which should tell you something. Wanted to ban a new carcinogen, but had to allow insider trading again to get it through.
And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me.
Yeah, they just viciously prosecuted me. You cannot even commit crimes anymore. You cannot even, commit... you cannot even be a felon anymore in this country. So vicious. Why? Why would you do this, Joe Biden? You personally persecuted me.
How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
You're a felon, so it sort of kind of worked out, didn't it? Aren't you a felon? Aren't you a convicted felon? It is so ridiculous how crime is legal. Finally, true. So, if you translate what he's actually saying, it's incredible that he says it. He says, "Oh yeah, I've been I've been prosecuted for crimes. How did that work out for you? I got away with it." Yeah, that's right. I got away with it. No problem. So, screw you, I guess. Bragging that you got away with crimes. Live on your address to Congress. And he is still a felon.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America.
I have no clue what that means. As far as I know, the index of free press is actually, believe it or not, shockingly better in Poland than the United States. So from what data I've glimpsed into, Poland has freer press than the United States.
Back.
There's, let me see. Press Freedom Index. RFS World Press Freedom Index aims to compare the level of press freedom enjoyed by journalists and media in 180 countries. Yeah, okay, let's see. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. The United States, 55. 47. Whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? The United States of America. Lower than Poland. Uh-oh. Bring back free speech. I distinctly remember J.D. Vance and President Trump criticizing Europe for the lack of free speech. So let's see. Freedom of press. 55 on the global scale. Let's look at some European countries. Well, the United States has press that is freer than Ukraine, but not Poland, not Germany, not Czechia, not Austria. Well, it's freer than Hungary. Not France, not Spain, not the United Kingdom. Interesting. Moldova, Romania. Wow, Romania has better press freedom than the United States. What a shock.
And 2 days ago.
So how did he exactly bring back the freedom of speech? Like, he should give more details because I have no clue what he is referring to here.
I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Oh, that is shit. Okay. That is bad. One of the strengths of the United States was that it did not have, in fact, an official language. But you know what? Trump wants to do away with everything that made the United States good. Okay? It did away with everything that made the United States good. He wanted to do away with the birth citizenship, so I'm not surprised that he did away with the United States not having an official language.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Oh, very important. Very important achievement. Yeah, he said it as an achievement, Rob Fortune. It's funny that he said he left the anti-American UN Human Rights Council as if human rights is something he doesn't care about, which is true, but it's funny that he's actually said it. Yeah, he bragged about it. It's one of his achievements. One of his glorious achievements.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
Wow.
Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policy.
True. Screw them veterans. You want a job, veteran? Screw you. Diversity hire. On the street, veteran. Which basically, let's in fact, veterans are DI hires. Uh-oh. Those who qualify for hiring preferences as veterans of military spouses report many of the same challenges as DEI hires. Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, what do you know? I guess the veterans are screwed. Who would have guessed?
Policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
Our country will be woke no longer. I cannot believe what I'm hearing from a president. Our country will be woke no longer. This is crazy. This is insane. I just want to hear about the mineral deal, okay? I'm here for the mineral deal, not to hear about wokeness. For woke's sake. This is ridiculous. Brain dead. We're gonna send veterans to the streets and therefore our country will be woke no longer.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
That's not what diversity and inclusion is about. But okay, race veteran, gender veteran, got it, gotcha.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
People are so brain dead, they don't understand the repercussions of these decisions. Meanwhile, planes crashing in the distance. Well, not so much. Depends where you live. For some, it's not in the distance.
We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Oh, okay. Trump doesn't understand the difference between gender and sex. What a shocker. Transphobia is my new policy. Applaud me. Applaud me, please. I am transphobic.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Which by extension means that Trump treats trans women as men. Yeah.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports.
Oh my God.
But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male.
Invaded by a male, huh?
But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, but when her...
Of course, we have a whole section about trans people. Peyton McNabb. Peyton McNabb fact check. Let's see what comes up. Volleyball player claims she suffered brain bleed. In volleyball, volleyball player claims she suffered brain bleed after being struck unconscious by trans opponent. In volleyball? Really? I suffered from brain bleed during volleyball. A female volleyball player claims she suffered a traumatic brain injury and lost her peripheral vision after being knocked unconscious by a transgender opponent. Peyton McNabb, now 19, was allegedly left with life-threatening injuries after a transgender player on the opposing team smashed a volleyball into her head, causing her to black out for 30 seconds. Okay, come on. Come on. The incident occurred in 2022 in a match for Hawassi Dam High School in Murphy, North Carolina. Ms. McNabb has now spoken out about the episode in a new documentary. She campaigns to prevent biological males from participating in women's sports. If my story can in any way help prevent this from what? The teen said the full extent of her injuries only became clear weeks later when she was diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury, a brain bleed, partial paralysis, and loss of peripheral vision. What? She also allegedly suffered ongoing memory loss, confusion, and severe I can believe that. Confusion. Allegedly. It's interesting that the news outlet says allegedly all the time. Shouldn't it be just fact? Shouldn't it be she suffered, this happened? How strong was this transgender player? North Carolina House. Concussion. This is, of course, someone suffers an injury during a sport. This is injury rates in volleyball. This is so infuriating. Common mechanisms for injury in volleyball include contact with another player, often when a player lands on another player's foot after the execution of a jump. Overall, injuries in volleyball practice and games occur at a rate of 1 to 10. Maybe volleyball head injury rate. There you go. Is an injury common in any sport? Yes, it is. Injuries to the head or neck were also significant, making up 17.1% of the cases. Regarding the type of injuries, the most common diagnosis was a sprain or strain. There were also 35 fractures. Oh. How common are head injuries in volleyball? The following details the percentages of concussions from volleyball sustaining during practices, games, and warm-ups. 5% occurring during practice, 4% occurring during games. 1% occur during warm-ups. It's not super uncommon. Like, it's ridiculous to then go, oh yeah, it's because the person was trans. Because otherwise concussions never happen. Volleyball has the overall lowest rate of concussion for all youth sports. Despite being a non-contact sport, volleyball players are still susceptible for concussions. So what is the most common way concussions are sustained in volleyball? By letting trans players in, of course. By letting trans people play. Are more concussions sustained during practice games? Like, even if a cis woman hits you in a specific way in the head with a ball, it also will cause a concussion. This whole thing is just silly, but of course, whatever.
Girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male.
Invaded by a male.
He smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton...
Hello, Easiest Eve. Is Wayne is doing it. Hello, hello.
From now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Started watching the Blair White thing at the start of the stream. It's great. Trans women keep me brain damaged. True, true. But when they play volleyball, it's inevitable. Who here is surprised that there is a whole trans section in the President's Congress? Trans issues always come up. No matter what the topic, no matter what happens, trans issues always come up like a boomerang. You can discuss any topic in politics, sooner or later you're gonna hear someone say about sports, about toilets, about males, because trans men do not exist, don't forget. I thought she was partially paralyzed on the right side. What happened to that? We did start World War I and II, though. That is true. We shouldn't have. Maybe we do deserve what we get. Hitler was a trans man. That's true. That is also true. We deserve what we get. We're like those evil islanders from Attack on Titan. Basically, we're just suffering for our sins now. We're evil monster Titan shifters. We just take pills or injections to change into Titans. I thought she... Whatever. Now I can see why the articles say that she was allegedly paralyzed.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field.
Oh, boxing. The whole thing that has been debunked 100 million times about a cis woman being accused of being trans. That whole thing that all streamers have covered and laughed at. That thing. Yeah, I can see the numbers. We know what happened in boxing. In fact, we do know.
Swimming or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up.
Very bad for our country, but I'm not going to say how. And I'm not going to give any details to this case, and I'm not about to look it up, okay?
With it any longer.
We gotta get rid of them transes. By the way, this is the person that Blair White voted for, because we should put that all of that trans shit out of the way. Really makes you think if they actually know what a woman is. No, they don't. No, they don't.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common.
What the hell is Matt Walsh doing here? I mean, wait, was Matt Walsh in the audience actually? Hold on. Oh yeah, he is. Oh my God, Matt Walsh. God, I have to make some sort of a wellness check on Matt Walsh. We have to check up on Matt. I didn't catch him. I did not catch Matt Walsh being here. I mean, Matt Walsh in his company, so. What a weird gaze this woman has.
I've just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now because
common sense revolution. It is just a small fraction on the crackdown that we're gonna serve to the minorities in this country. We're gonna wipe it all out. We're gonna get rid of gay marriage. We're gonna lock up all the gays, and we're gonna. You'll see it. It's all gonna make perfect sense. Common sense, even.
Because of us sweeping the entire world, common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never gonna let that happen.
Oh, I thought that was a slogan. I thought that was an evil, bad slogan that Kamala Harris was peddling. Never going to go back. But now it's okay. Now we're back with common sense, and it's all cool. Bigotry is on the agenda. Bigotry is the new common sense, and we're gonna push it till we're gonna drill, baby. Drill. It's the way you said it. I guess so.
Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief.
Oh, is that why the prices are soaring and the eggs cost like $5 for dozen eggs? Was it? Is that why you're tariffing your closest allies and you're trying to tariff export? Okay, that's gonna save the economy. The reason they hate us is because we get their pee-pee hard. We confuse them. That's true. Perpetually confused. Okay, I don't mean to be insulting, but can Trump's pee-pee even get... Whatever. We're not gonna speculate about that. Viagra exists, I guess, to... I don't know. Offer support, to offer assistance in need. In a jam. It's okay. It's fine. Let's just move away from that topic.
To working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life.
Bro, you're gonna talk about groceries, or you're gonna talk about grocery prices, bro? They're high under you. They're not getting lower. That's why people hate you right now, because the prices are high. What the hell? It's why he's a sickly orange. True. That is true.
Out of reach.
That explains it, actually.
For millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure.
I cannot wait when people start seeing the full effect on his trade war with Canada, China, and Mexico. Oh, just cannot wait. I cannot wait when people see prices really soar.
As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
What a joke considering current prices. Thank you, Joe Fortune.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control.
Yes, the only reason why the prices are high right now is because Joe Biden did it. It's all Joe Biden's fault. Whatever is bad is happening, look, it was Joe Biden, okay?
The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down.
How?
Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
Wasn't there some bird flu or whatever that... Whatever. Let's not talk about facts. Let's not talk about that. It was Biden. Biden personally raised the egg prices to spite people.
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 90%.
Oh boy, I cannot wait for our planet to suffer, suffocate, and die, as I've said just a few moments ago. I cannot wait for all of us to burn to a crisp in a fiery disaster that is global warming, which Trump does not believe in. Oh boy, I cannot believe for the global temperature limits to rise. I cannot wait for the, this little thing that it causes, refugee crises. I cannot wait.
5%.
It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. Nothing bad will come of it.
Slowed pipeline construction to a halt and closed more than 100 power plants.
Moving away from gas, moving away from oil. No. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to bake this planet.
Opening up many of those power plants right now.
It's going to be great.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
We're gonna kill this planet. We're gonna kill it to death. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this planet to be finally dead. If I'm not president, if I'm closing to the end of my years, so should this planet. This planet should die together with me, actually. I'm gonna make sure it happens.
You've heard me say many times we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
I told you, drill, baby, drill.
My administration...
Affordable for billionaires, affordable for corporations. I mean, as a famous animated movie once said, what else is there apart from billionaires and corporations? What else is there?
It is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic...
What? What did I just hear? The planet is on the brink of no return? even with all the policies that have been implemented to improve the situation. No. We should reverse all of that. We should get out of the Green New Deal. We should get out of the Accords. We should simply drill more. We should use more oil than ever before, and then everything will be okay. I'm sure Elon Musk will actually, as the genius Iron Man billionaire that he is, he will find some magical technological solution to all of this. I bet he'll make an Iron Man suit that will just fix the environment.
Action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally, we're on Ukraine. I've been waiting for this since the beginning of the speech. I'm going to rewind.
And production. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Wait, the United States, you said yourself that United States has almost no rare earth. You said that it has it in so low quantities that you actually need it from the outside. You said it yourself.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Oh, he's gonna talk about Dodge. He's gonna talk about the brilliant move of firing those experts that maintain the nuclear arsenal. Okay. Or is he gonna talk about the 200-year-olds that supposedly get Social Security, which is completely not true, which is a complete lie, a complete fabrication? He's gonna talk about one of these things, isn't he?
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Yes, I have heard of it. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, and I'll check on the doggy on the way. True. I'll be right back. He's all of our... Even if we're not American, he is our president, okay? He's the president of the world. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be checking up on Doggy on the way. I'm gonna give you a report. Please consider donating. Hello, Hassan, who's been banned. Ever since Hassan has been banned, I have to pick up the slack and do the chair streams for him. Sorry, I had to refill my dog's bowel. Had to refill my dog's water thing. How is everybody doing? Are you excited for this? Look, it's Dodge. It's amazing. Yes, yes, thank me. Yes, praise me more. Yes, appreciate me. I deserve it.
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
He's so proud of himself for dismantling institutions in the United States. So amazing. What an achievement. He perpetuated the lie about the 200-year-olds getting Social Security, by the way.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side of...
Yeah, he didn't need all the deals and the grants that he's getting from this. He did not need, of course. He's totally not getting anything out of this. He's just doing this out of the greatness of his heart.
Appreciates it, I believe.
He's totally not a part of this group consolidating power in the country right now. No. He's just, you know, a good Samaritan, so to speak.
They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified.
Okay, let's hear it. I bet he will talk about the 200-year-olds that take Social Security that did not die. Did it? Okay, it didn't. So as I was saying before I got scared of the internet dying, once you enter the country as an illegal, you just get a bag of cash and a house. That's how you do it. In fact, as an American, you should just burn your documents and re-enter the country via a border. You'll get those things then.
$45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Again, screw you, veterans.
In Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is.
Nobody knows what what? Okay. Sedentary and migrant people, because I guess nobody knows what that is. Oh. Migrant belonging is often stretched across multiple locations spatially. Oh. Oh. What are they? Because nobody knows, apparently. Nobody knows. What are the 3 types of migrants? Here we go. Internal migration, moving within a state, country. External. Sedentary and migrant peoples. The check of a paradigm. Okay, let's go. Let's learn what these mythological creatures are. Often during the modern age, the idea of people was linked to the sedentariness of life on a specific territory, and there is no doubt that the essence of on an environment that is its morphology, its endowments in terms of resources constitute a strong influence on the culture of a human community. Nonetheless, in the 19th and 20th centuries, it was often forgotten that many people develop within a large human movements. Just as for some cultures, the transience of the environment of birth is an essential element of their tradition. This article aims to give a partial and non-exhaustive vision of how stability and transience can both form the vision of the world, of a people, of a cultural tradition, and to propose a draft of integration of these two perspectives within an institutional point of view. So there. Nobody knows what they are.
$8 million to promote LGBTQI+.
Okay, yeah, promoting minorities. Horrible sin. Horrible waste of money to protect minorities against discrimination.
In the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of.
Yeah, if it's African and not super well known, then it has to be a waste of money. Okay, who cares about some countries? I guess some countries just don't matter. I guess the LGBT in some countries can just die.
$60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. 60.
Oh, yeah, indigenous people, screw those. It's, the United States of America especially does not owe any debt to indigenous peoples, if there ever was one, okay?
$8 million. $8 million for making mice transgender.
What?
Making mice Central America. And Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America.
How dare you empower indigenous people in Central America? What a waste of money.
$60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender.
I have no clue what that's supposed to mean.
This is
but
real.
Of course, the trans topic had to return.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million.
No, it's if anything, it's experimenting into how sex works. Okay, exactly. What affects sex? What parts of the genome affect sex? I'm pretty familiar with those. With that research on mice. It's not to make mice transgender. It's ridiculous, but you can turn anything into absurdity if you frame it in a certain way. It's been discovered that if you snip a certain part of DNA in mice, their sex will change. It's part of experimenting on what exactly makes a person's sex and how malleable that is, which is a legitimate field to study, by the way. It's not to turn the mice trans.
For male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle.
How dare they have Sesame Street? Oh no.
Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program.
Why is it
in the Middle East?
Why is it such a shocker that a program would cost $20 million?
Program. $20 million for a program.
Why is he shaking his head like that? It's okay. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Average budget for a TV program. Okay. What is that average budget for a TV series? $12 to $40 million. Wow. What a shocker. What's the average budget for entertainment? What is the average budget for a reality TV show? Yeah. Reality TV show does not really need a big budget. But Sesame Street is not a reality TV show.
$1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you
Oh yeah, decarbonization, the worst waste of money ever, because the planet does not need that at all.
ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring.
Yeah, that is. We're gonna Google it, okay? Just so we're clear. Lavish fish monitoring. Uh-oh. I'm gonna even forget. Fish monitoring. Yeah, it's about being able to sustain sea life. It's actually very worthy of spending money on this. Fish monitoring. It's one of the most worthy causes to spend money on, actually.
$1.5 million for fish monitoring.
Does he think that fish monitoring is a waste of money? Preserving a species of fish, preserving sea life, is that a waste of money?
$1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for
Why is that a waste of what?
social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
For what?
For illegal alien hotel rooms in
Illegal alien hotel room.
New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia.
Okay.
$42 million.
Why is that funny? Okay.
For social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million
Is
for
it because they're such funny countries? Okay.
improving public procurement in Serbia. 47.
Why is that funny? Why is the Serbia bit funny? Public procurement in Serbia. They're not even laughing at that anymore. It's just what? He's just naming stuff.
$1 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia.
Okay.
Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million.
Yeah, you think that the education should go to the States even though it's already in the States. So you're one to talk. You could use some education, actually.
For DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams. And they're far worse.
Oh,
but
yeah, there's scams of promoting and supporting LGBT in some country. That's a scam.
I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people.
Yeah, there was a Nazi within their ranks, if I remember correctly, in Dodge.
Headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of...
And people are quitting Dodge as well, by the way. People are saying, we don't want to use our skills to dismantle democracy. Remember that? Remember the fact that people are quitting Dodge in droves?
Dollars of fraud.
I haven't. I've not forgotten.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, we've gotten so much money back that 30% of the things that we targeted will create no saving whatsoever.
The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation.
What fraud? What fraud, and how is Dodge supposedly getting rid of it?
And we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program.
Oh, there we go. They're going to talk about the 200-year-old people that are receiving Social Security, and I'm going to have to explain it. Again, as a foreigner, okay? This is embarrassing that this is something that I have to explain to as a foreigner, but whatever. Whatever.
For our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on.
Are you going to say it? Are you going to say that people that are dead are receiving Social Security?
Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7.
Thank you very much. And we're going to let him say it, and then we're going to discuss it, okay? We're going to let him talk, and then we're going to...
million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from
He memorized those numbers, so he's a prompt or something. Very embarrassing.
ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly.
You're elderly.
3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129.
We're just going to let him ramble on.
3.9 million people from ages
This has a quick response, so...
130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and paid. And is paid out to people. Good luck. You're going to find it. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country.
So the database simply does not list the date of death of people that were born 1920 and before. That is it. None of them are getting paid. Okay? It simply does not have the death of date, the date of death, the date of passing for people that were born in the year 1920 or before that. They are still in the database. That's why their age is 100 plus, okay? And that is why that sort of thing, it's a mistake in the system. It has been pointed out that it should be corrected. None of them receive Social Security, okay? This is so easy to fact check, okay? Fact check. Do dead people receive Social Security? This reaction is so long because we have to fact check a lot of things. Tens of millions of dead people aren't getting Social Security. There you go, from the 19th of this year. Associated Press News. Yes. The Trump administration is falsely claiming that tens of millions of dead people are over 100 years old are receiving Social Security payments. They're not, okay? There's a whole long article about it. Trust me when I say they do not receive. It's a simple mistake in the way that those people are listed within the system. So this is a lie. The fact that you can have a president of the United States just blatantly lie to the Congress That is shocking to me, okay? Similarly, he lies about the amount of money that the US has given to Ukraine in aid. He lies about everything. He has no shame about lying in a big way.
Million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the...
He has no shame about lying. Yeah, all of them are receiving money. All of them are so receiving money, huh?
Social security databases are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Again, it's embarrassing that they're clapping to this. It's embarrassing that I have to explain this as a foreigner.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country.
Okay.
But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat...
If this is how you want to get money, you'll get none. Because none of the money goes to those people, okay? I've already explained it. I'm not going to explain it again. You're going to get no return on this. This is just theater. This is just theatrics for idiots. Because I assume there are Republicans that are going to watch this and they're going to believe it. They're just going to eat it up. Did it? I think it did. I think it did. Uh-oh. Have I been banned on Twitch? Because it told me that we cannot access the Twitch key. And I cannot reconnect to Twitch. Have I been banned on Twitch? Blah, 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 blah. Let me see real quick. Well, then what's happening? Channel, creator dashboard. Well, then what's happening? Hold on, I'm gonna fix this real quick. How do I... Settings, stream. I guess I'm gonna have to redo this again. Wait, is the YouTube stream still on? Yeah, it's still on. Hold on. Okay, I have to fix this somehow. But I have no clue how. There you go. Main canvas. Settings. Edge. Yes. I have no clue where I should. I have no clue where to insert the key. I guess. Well. Technical issues, of course, right in the middle of the stream. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How, where to settings. Okay. Stream. What? Screen. Maybe. Okay. Okay, where's the OBS settings for key? I'm being annoyed. Twitch. Oh. Okay. Okay, where's the key? Where is the key? Okay. It just doesn't work. I don't know why. It just doesn't work. I'm gonna have to be not on Twitch, I guess, for now. He's gonna have to continue just on YouTube. Twitch just died. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this right now. And we cannot spend the rest of the stream just trying to fix this. We're gonna have to donate.
Inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
So yeah, this is alright.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes...
Oh, yes, of course. The anti-immigrant government will just, as no matter who you are, no matter what you do, if you have $5 million to spare, you can have a permanent residence card, just like that. Because that is, you know... That's cool.
Goes on sale very, very soon.
America first, huh? America first. Immigration's okay as long as you can pay for it.
For $5 million, we will allow
I don't know why they're so happy about it. We're just gonna make all Russian oligarchs permanent residents of the United States if they can pay $5 million. And that is something that Trump has said. There's so many nice oligarchs in Russia.
Successful job creating.
Know some of them.
People from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship.
Which, by the way, in practice means that he is buying loyalty, okay? He's giving rich people a chance to buy a permanent residence and be loyal to him as oligarchs. Just saying. Just putting the idea out there, okay? That he's basically just getting more loyalists that way.
It's like the green
card. By allowing them to have
but
completely different and far more corrupt, ironically enough.
And more sophisticated.
More sophisticated? Are you serious? The program in which people were required to start a business, hire at least 10 people, invest a certain amount of money in the business, and develop the business. That program is less sophisticated than pay us $5 million and you get a gold card. I got it. Yes, far less sophisticated.
And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers...
I thought you wanted immigration to do deport people.
Traffickers and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed.
There's no such thing as an open border policy, okay?
To destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce...
Yeah, we're going to bring in the Russian oligarchs, and it's going to be amazing.
Our debt with that money.
How many people is he expecting to pay $5 million per card? It has to be a lot of people for it to, I don't know, and It would have to be a lot of sold cars for it to affect the debt in any way at all. In the slightest. But it's so, what a bizarre time.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change.
Profound.
For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Oh, wow. I thought we were not a democracy. I thought we were a republic. And by we, I mean the United States of America.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately.
No.
Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
This is nonsensical.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Go Chiefs. Thank you.
What happened?
Love you, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this.
What the hell happened?
For me, and that goes to the topic of the little
in cars for illegal aliens. $45 million. We pay. Let's remind us.
I'll give it back. Where were we? I've lost that. I've lost track.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horror. Have you heard of them? America's potential. But we're going to find out where that money's going. Of fraud. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're down mortgage rate. 30 billion scattering waste of taxpayer dollars. A national energy emergency. Illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and bad. Shocking levels of incompetence. Years, members. So, 10. Rather. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years. Balance the federal budget. We're going to balance.
Oh, yeah, we were here. We were here. Yeah, we were here. Malfunction. We're back. Don't worry.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon for 5 million over the world. Better and more sophisticated. From where they come in our country, people being for great success, killers, open border. We will now out of money.
Open borders, democracy. My allegiance is to the republic, to democracy.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way.
Damn.
The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected.
Okay, I want to hear examples. What is he talking about? What takes 10 years, 15 years before getting rejected? What is he even referring to? Because I have no clue. I have no clue what is being referred to here, okay? I have no clue what he's referring to. And I doubt he will elaborate, so whatever. Whatever. That is a waste of time. That is a waste of space.
Well, years, 50
again.
that should take 10 regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10
Approvals for
days to
what?
get, instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're
Approvals for
rejected.
what?
Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
They're hired by the... Oh, whatever. Yes, because Dodge was completely elected, right? Dodge was completely elected. Right, of course.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there.
For the rich.
They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Oh my God.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination.
It's gonna make cars more expensive because the same companies that right now have their factories abroad are gonna have to bring their companies here. They're gonna have to build, well, not companies, their production facilities. They're gonna have to build up the infrastructure here, which will take a long time, and all of that will translate to goods being more expensive domestically. You're welcome. That's great.
Of the election win and tariffs.
You're welcome.
It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will
if you don't understand
allow
it, yeah.
our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
There's the reason why those plants were moved abroad to begin with. Can you guess why? Do you have an inkling why those plants were moved? Oh yeah, because it's cheaper. And if it's gonna be more expensive in the US, guess what it's gonna cause? Just guess what the result's gonna be. Oh yeah, it's gonna be more expensive. How ingenious. By the way, I cannot get Twitch to work. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something about it.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term.
Yeah, it's cheaper. That is why. That was why they would move the production to abroad.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against.
So then stuff will be produced domestically, completely, and the infrastructure, but the building up of the infrastructure alone is a task. But then it's going to be more costly for the consumer.
Us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher.
Yes, she's totally not going to give numbers and for what products, etc.
And we give
so vague, so that nobody can look into it. Nobody. God.
Much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so.
Okay, let's see.
On April 2nd, but Korea's average tariff is 4 times, twice what we charge them. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4.
Okay. How much South Korea tariffs the U.S.? Right now, South Korea's tariffs on imported agricultural goods average 54% compared to the average 9% levied by the United States on the same kind of import. South Korea's average tariff on non-agricultural goods. Trade agreement. Because I assume that Korea invests in its agriculture. No more than America's ability to create a super jobs. The United States and South Korea agreed to a number of significant improvements that will enhance market access to U.S. South Korea's average tariff on non-agricultural goods is more than twice than that of the United States. 6.6% compared to our 3.2%. Okay. Okay, Donald Trump. That is exactly what I thought.
4 times higher.
That is exactly what I thought.
Think of that, 4 times higher. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher.
South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Okay, South Korea's average tariff on non-agricultural goods is more than twice that of the United States, 6.6% compared to our 3.2. So again, Donald Trump is lying on air. 4 times higher. Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens.
So that's what happens when someone's illiterate, will not look it up, will just listen to Trump and come to the conclusion, oh my gosh, South Korea is screwing us.
This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day.
What's the tariff gonna be on South Korea now?
That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person.
I can tell.
April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they...
So it should be 6%. So 6% on non-alcohol... it should be 6% on non-agricultural products, 50% on agricultural products.
Tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them.
Yep. Okay, tariffs are not... The purpose of tariffs are not taxation. That's not the purpose of a tariff. It's not taxation. It's to oh my God, the word. Incentive. Disincentivize other countries from bringing product here so that you can invest in local. Okay? It is a protectionist policy. It's part of a protectionist policy, tariffs, to help grow industry at home. That is how it has been used historically in the US.
They do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before.
Yeah, like we have never seen before.
I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration...
Let's see the reciprocity of... Okay, how much Canada tariffs the US? Let's see if there's reciprocity there. Does Canada have tariffs on the US? It was not the outcome Canada hoped for, but we must respond in order to protect our economy and Canadian jobs. Okay, were there tariffs before? How much does Canada tax US imports? Okay, okay, how much was it before? Okay, whatever, I cannot find the numbers before it decided to have reciprocity with Trump.
Couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer.
Okay. We ripped off.
Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving
What does that even mean? Nobody has ever seen anything like it.
subsidies of hundreds of billions of
context.
dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
We will fix the domestic drug problem by doing tariffs, I guess. Tariffs will fix our drug problem.
Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment.
Oh yeah, Trump actually has announced that if the U.S. has enough chips, it'll just screw over Taiwan, just as it's screwing over Ukraine, just so you know.
It wouldn't have done if Kamala had won.
Just so you know.
Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because
our businesses.
They won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
Okay, we're gonna CHIP Act. Okay. Let's see what Trump wants to get rid of. The CHIPS Act and Science Act is a U.S. federal statute enacted in 17 blah 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 blah. Joe Biden. The act authorizes roughly $280 billion in new funding to boost domestic research and manufacturing of micro semiconductors. So how is it better for a foreign country to build manufacturing over? That is the opposite of what a tariff is supposed to accomplish. A tariff is supposed to bolster domestic production, and Trump is just incentivizing other countries to build their own production in the US, which is something completely different.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer.
Oh, is he gonna explain the whole export tariff, which is unconstitutional? Let's hear it.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they...
Okay, I don't believe that. Not for a second do I believe that. That is impossible.
They hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will...
Okay, I have to... U.S. agricultural imports not... Wow, that gave me a brain freeze. Inspected. U.S. food imports rarely inspect. Well, wow. Okay. I guess the European Union is far better on that. All right. I guess the United States is far worse on that than the European Union.
Go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers starting on April 2nd. It may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal.
You think there's gonna be an adjustment period? Prices are gonna go up. Spoilers.
With China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers.
Yeah, completely. It's all not gonna... Who's gonna blame now if it goes sideways?
But our farmers are gonna...
It's just the beginning of his term. He won't be able to blame anybody.
Have a
He's gonna blame Biden if this fails?
Day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all gonna happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have as...
Oh, this hits in Ukraine, by the way. This steel tariff hits Ukraine. Okay, we're gonna take a quick look. How steel tariff affects Ukraine. Just so you know, another little way for Russia to screw over Ukraine. Trump tariffs leave Ukraine's weakened steel industry further exposed. All right. Trump imposed tariffs of at least 25% on all imported steel and aluminium, a decision that could hurt an essential sector of Ukraine's battered economy. So if you thought that Trump was already throwing Ukraine under the bus, if you thought that Trump was already screwing Ukraine over, then there you go. You've got another way, which you might have not known about. The steel tariff.
An example, steel and lots of other things. We don't have a military, and frankly we just won't have a country very long.
Wait, I'm sorry,
Here
what?
today is a proud...
What did I just hear? That the U.S. does not have a military of all countries?
We just... And lots of other things. We don't have a military, and frankly won't. Example, steel. And lots of and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel... And
well, you do have steel.
Lots of other things. We don't have a military, and frankly we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud...
Yeah, if you don't ruin Ukraine's steel industry, the United States will cease to exist somehow.
American steel worker.
I love this line of reasoning.
Fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard, has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years.
What sad applause. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. What sad applause. This is such sad applause.
In a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department,
oh my
raised
God.
7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great job. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country.
Oh my God. I don't even know what to say to that. That is so embarrassing. That is the most embarrassing crap ever I've ever heard in my entire life. It's also about screwing other people over, but that's neither here nor there.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance.
Oh, but there'll be a little bit of a disturbance in the forest. You're gonna feel it, but trust me, bro, it's gonna be great sooner or later. And if it's not, then it's probably the next president's fault.
We're okay with that. It won't be much.
Yeah, we're okay with that. I know you're okay with that.
No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff,
the lowest we've ever been in the history of the United States.
I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
No clue what does that have to do with anything. Also, children should not be in foster care. Children should be in families.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John.
I am not familiar with neither of these cases.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House,
hold on. To criminalize it is horrible?
Look, online job. To criminalize to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing.
Wait, hold on. What is he saying? Is he saying that criminalizing the publication of such images is horrible? Is terrible?
And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody.
What?
That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past
What the fuck? Where are we going back to immigration? What about education? What about decoupling schools from property tax? What about making sure that all children have equal opportunities? What about giving children a free school lunch? I guess that's not as important as those evil, evil immigrants. Again.
Years, 21 million people poured into the United States.
Wait till he starts talking about them transes. If we talk about the safety and health of our children, there's nothing that we should be focusing on more than banning gender transitioning shenanigans for adults.
States, many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals.
Yes, we have heard that 1 million times at this point. Mental asylum patients, and they all want to transition in the United States of America.
From the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world.
They all want to transition.
Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
God. My God.
And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you.
Wait, quick. What do I do to improve children's lives? Yes. We tighten the border. Amazing. That'll surely improve our children's lot.
You and Paul of Border Patrol.
If we just increase... If we send more military to the border, that'll make our children better.
I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE.
I can hear your worries about food prices being too high. I know just the thing to address it. We're going to send more guards. We're going to send more people to the border. And in that way, surely the price for your bread will fall by 50%. By the end of this year. Thank you very much. No longer will the dirty, evil immigrants steal your bread from us.
Well, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody.
Oh my God, was she bitten by some? Was she bitten or beaten by some trans person? Is that it? Is that where this is going?
Went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia.
And she was harassed by a trans student.
That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Spitely and
what's her name?
Attacked at the university. Admired, named Laken Riley.
Laken Riley, Jog University. Murder of Laken Riley. Here we go. It has its own Wikipedia article. Maybe next time. Maybe. February 22, 2024. 22-year-old Augusta University nursing student murdered in Athens. Her body was found. Her death was caused by a blunt force trauma. The perpetrator, Jose Antonio Ibarra, is a 26-year-old Venezuelan man who had entered the United States illegally. He was arrested by G police and was charged with 10 counts. Oh no. Riley's death made international news, generating extensive media attention. It sparked a debate over illegal immigration. Perpetrator. Yes. If a single immigrant commits a crime, then that means all immigrants are rapists from now on. Alrighty then.
The best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage, illegal...
Yes. The solution to everything is just deporting 10 million people. Of course.
Alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been...
I'm gonna mercifully not look into the United States rape statistics. I'm gonna mercifully not look into how many rapes happen by U.S. citizens. I'm gonna mercifully not look into how many mass shootings actually happen, okay? And how many of them are perpetuated by American citizens.
Arrested and released in...
Just by that logic, Trump should be anti-gun, 100%.
A Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel.
Oh my
With
God,
us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
Yes, victimizing families that want to come into this country will surely bring her back.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why...
How? How would you ensure that? What is your policy to ensure that she would not have died in vain? What is that policy exactly?
The very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
You could already get arrested. How would you know which... Oh, wait. No, in your mind, all of them are dangerous. All of them are criminals from mental health asylums.
It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So, Allison...
Let's see. Let's look into it. Laken-Riley Act. The Laken-Riley Act is a United States law that requires the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to detain illegal immigrants admitting to charged with or convicted of theft-related crimes? Are you kidding me? Detaining people charged with theft-related crimes. That's gonna make it that the girl did not die in vain. Okay, already I can see certain flaws within this little act. Assaulting a police officer or a crime that results in death of serious bodily injury, like drunk driving. The act also allows states to sue the Department of Homeland Security for alleged failures in immigration enforcement. The bill was introduced following the murder of Laken-Riley by an illegal immigrant who had previously been cited shoplifting on the campus on the University of Georgia. On January 22, 2025, the House agreed to the Senate's version of the bill with a 265. President Donald Trump signed the bill into law on January 29, 2025. But wait. Wait, hold on. The bill was initially introduced in the House of Representatives, Congress, and was named in honor of Laken Riley. It passed the House on March 7, 2020. Wait, it was introduced during the administration before. Okay, I guess that's okay. With 37 Democrats and all Republicans voting in favor of the bill. The bill stalled amidst opposition in the then Democratic-controlled Senate. Yeah, that's excellent.
And Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful...
This requires the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to detain, admitting to charge with convicted of theft-related crimes.
Beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
That bill makes no sense. What world am I living in?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in
which has been challenged by the court.
American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
I would even fact check that. How would we even fact check it? How would we even?
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed
was a new president.
Was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted.
Emphasis on recorded. What you don't record does not count. Hold on.
Last June be done, but there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under.
By the way, what he's saying here is gesturing how border states pushed into made U.S. states the immigrants and that done by red states, so they don't have to deal with the immigration. Yes, that has been indeed done. They've done this also to overload the other states with the amount of immigrants they would not be able to handle and process. Yes, they push them into the states to exacerbate, to make the problem worse, to overload the system, and to be able to point and say, see, this is what they wanted. This is what they wanted, and look what a mess it creates, basically. Yeah.
A bridge and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela.
2 illegal alien monsters.
Released
as much as I dislike Biden and this milk those dams, they were not the one creating this crisis. I mean, it's been documented in the media. The fact that the red states have been sending people to other states, that has been a pretty documented phenomenon. I'm pretty sure I even covered it on stream at some point as it was happening.
Into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl in the...
There is no open border. There's never been an open border in the United States, especially the southern border. I hate this rhetoric about open border because nobody understands what that means. There's no open borders anywhere, okay? There's no open border. Like, even the Schengen zone is not really an open border. Yeah, but these media... companies have been attacked. This is a surreal state of affairs. And as Trump has said multiple times, he's just getting started. Yeah. The EU Citizens Free Movement is not open borders, no. Yeah, there are restrictions.
The agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation.
Like, there is no such thing as an open border within the framework of nation states. There's just no such thing.
Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay from where Jocelyn lived.
And that is why I'm so shocked by those illegal, evil aliens eating the dogs, eating the cats. Oh, forget it. Maybe he'll mention it.
In Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures.
And that's why I have to destroy it. That's why we have to drill, baby drill. We have to destroy all the environment. Lest you forget, I don't believe in global warming. So I'm going to actually desecrate this safe haven for creatures. Because I have butchered all the programs for decarbonization and everything else. So it's pretty ironic that he's talking about nature now, after all the achievements that he has listed when it comes to, you know, walking back, trying to combat climate change.
On the edge of the Gulf of America, Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would.
Yes, this empty gesture will surely make all things better.
May I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savage...
We get to demonize a whole group of people and to gain some sympathy points.
Charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me.
Cartel Island, not very nice, not very cute.
When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
What a caring man. He cares so much about everybody. He's such a caring man. Oh my God. What a caring individual. I swear to God.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman.
Wow.
The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
I have no clue. I have no clue what it is.
5 nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much.
And I have to break down talking about topics. Maybe I'm going to have to stream during the day because I've been streaming for a while and I've only done this, and I've got like 5 other topics that I want to talk about as well. This is plain stupid, not benefit to Mexico handing over prisoners, not having to pay for them, and saying this is a success of tariffs. Laughable. I mean, he has sold many weird things as successes today, okay? He has sold many things as achievements tonight. This is just one of those things that he has sold as achievements.
Get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it.
All the horrible things that you should be ashamed of, he just lists as achievements, which is very strange.
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
We have to bring back law and order, says the person that complained about being prosecuted for his crimes. I don't even know what to say, okay? Oh, that Biden, he wanted to prosecute his political opponent for the crimes that he committed. I was prosecuted and persecuted, but we need to bring back law and order, okay? I am the law and order felon. Right.
Cool. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions.
Oh yes, the Democrats, the leftist of the left.
Virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me.
Like me.
My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI.
Oh my God, I think we're done for now. I think we're done for now. I'm gonna see you later. We're gonna raid into someone, and I'm going to have to find a way to fix my Twitch, which died in the middle of this. Who am I raiding now? Food shops? Want me to raid food shops? Oh. I have no clue who to raid. There's nobody on. And Philippe Auguste is not telling me what to do. What are we doing, Philippe Auguste? What are we doing? I guess I'm gonna have to take things into my own hands. We're raiding the line, okay? There's a trans person from Maryland that is taking part in it tonight. Thank you very much. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you later, potato. I'm gonna see you later, potato. Later, potato. Okay? Bye-bye. This has been a lovely time, but now it's time to finish. See you. Oh my gosh. All right.